The story would begin after the Tournament of Power ended, and as Universe 7 has been victorious, Goku and Vegeta would continue to train very hard to increase their powers and one day overcome all the gods of destruction and his angels. After a while, Goku was training on the planet of Zeno-sama as in the old days. Perfect! This seems great to me. I have no doubt that I have become very powerful, but I can't reach Ultra Instinct again. But I'll definitely master it sooner or later. After a few hours, when Goku was already finished his training, the Saiyan would notice something strange since Vegeta's ki is rapidly decreasing. What the hell's going on? Why is Vegeta's ki declining extremely quickly? I'd better go check if everything's okay. Wait, Goku, before you go, I want to tell you something. What's wrong, Kai-sama? What do you want to tell me? Remember that you and Vegito will always be welcome on my planet. Don't forget that, since you are not a problem for me. Goku would not understand what Kaio-sama would have meant, however, being in a hurry would not matter and would use teleportation, arriving in a few seconds at the capsule. I'll tell you something that Vegeta and you don't know. I was the one who gave the order to that damn Frieza to destroy, even so they continue to be a hindrance to me now. Bills, you're a damn insect. I swear, I'll never forgive you for this. Come on, Mr. Bills. Finish off that damn Goku, please. Krillin, I thought you were my best friend. Why are you doing this to me? I never considered you a friend. During all that time, you were always an acquaintance, and always because of you, I always died on several occasions, and all you did was watch. Now all of you stop wasting your time and finish these two once and for all. Damn insect, I swear you're going to pay me. I won't annihilate you with an attack because you already have my daughter Bura in your arms. I'm very sorry, Vegeta, but Bura is not your daughter, since your real father is Yamcha. How could you do this to me, Bulma? I'll kill that fucking bastard. Well, it's time to finish them both once and for all. Bills would raise all his monstrous power, however, Goku would not be left behind doing exactly the same thing, that is, Goku would go to Super Saiyan Blue maximum power. Damn, I swear I'll never forgive them! I'll destroy them with all my own hands! Bills would lunge at Goku, where both of them would have an amazing battle, and that's right, the exchange of blows was impressive as they made the whole earth shake. Bills would catch Goku off guard and deliver a heavy blow that knocked him out that would make him fall to the ground. However, this at an incredible speed would have returned it to his face. But at that moment, Gohan and others would pounce on Goku, and he would be having all the advantage, being millions of times more powerful than them, being able to put the Z Warriors in serious trouble. However, without holding back, Goku would have given each of them a few strong blows, leaving them all unconscious. All of you are worthless. You're simple insects that will never be able to against my power. Although Bills at extreme speed would have dealt with him a powerful blow that would knock him back a few meters. I'm still missing. Damn saying, don't you think you'll have the same luck with me, the most powerful god of the 12 universes? Why do you think everyone pounced on me in the exhibition tournament? I'm not interested in that. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I swear I will. However, at that precise moment, Mil and Gohan would arrive. Leave my dad. He hasn't done anything to you. He has protected this entire universe and this planet every time. Don't do anything to him, Mr. Bills. Please. That damn Saiyan is not your father. He's never cared about you. Goten would transform into a Super Saiyan by lunging at Bills, but Bills with a single finger would stop his attack and send him flying, leaving him very badly injured and on the verge of death, while he fell to the ground in serious condition. Dad, please don't die. They don't know what they're doing. You're the savior of this planet. No, you're the savior of this universe. Goten would fall to the ground where Mil would grab him. However, at that precise moment when Goku witnessed how Bills would have hit his son and was on the verge of death, a voice he would hear in his head. That's right, it's Kakaroto, the Goku dark side. Kill everyone! How dare you touch Goten, my son who was the one who trusts me! I'll not forgive you all! Damn! Why? You're a Goten! Don't leave any fly alive. Kill them, and let them feel what true terror is. Kill them all. Get out of my damn head! That's right, Goku, with all his anger, would go through all his transformations, and he would get a new transformation. Goku would have reached Super Saiyan Rose, which with his part of his ki was pure evil. Bills would be surprised due to everything the power it emanated. What the hell happened to you, Son Goku? I can feel an incredibly powerful power. Kakaroto, how come you did the same transformation as Black? And why do I feel negative energy coming out of you? Goku, without saying a word, at a flashing speed, would have given Bills hundreds of thousands of blows that he couldn't see anything. I'll make you suffer as you have no idea. I'll play with you until I get tired. Damn God, show me that you're the most powerful God. Bills would stand up, and with multiple injuries, however, he would give a smile. Don't think you can defeat me with that power. It's true, your power is incredible. But if I use 100% of my power, you won't be able to do anything against me. Bills began to increase his power in an incredible way. That's right, Bills was the one god who could access the perfect Ultra Instinct. But even a god could fear a mortal because not even the power was enough. Bills at a great speed would have hit Goku hard in the face. What did you say now, you damn monkey? Feel the power of the great Bills, the god of destruction. Don't think you hit me because of your great speed. I let you attack me on purpose to see how incredible your power was. But you're still the same human waste. Goku, with a powerful blow, sent him flying, very injured, despite the fact that the Ultra Instinct makes the body of its bearer move by instinct. Goku, with the Super Saiyan Rose, overcame that difference in power since he was furious watching how Bills hit his son. This is impossible. I can't believe it. How did you have so much power? I'm a god. I don't care who you are. If you come to touch one of my loved ones, I'll not forgive you, and you dare to touch Goten. Goku would begin to slaughter Bills, beating him up. He, even with Ultra Instinct, could not do anything against him. A Saiyan who would have accompanied his negative side and was thirsty of revenge, Bills, very hurt and on the verge of death, would rise once again. I can't lose. It's impossible for me to lose to a mortal. I'm tired. It's time to end your miserable life. You're worth nothing, damn cat. However, at that precise moment, this would attack Son Goku with extreme difficulty, was able to dodge his blow. Perhaps you too, Whis-san. What are they doing to this, me and Vegeta? What the hell did we do? I'm sorry, Goku-san. You have been the best disciple I've ever had, but the job of the Guardian Angel is to prevent the God of Destruction from dying. Anyway, these are just orders. I'm not in that. I swear I'll kill them all, even if your Whis is against me. That's right, Son Goku. You have overwhelming power, but before an angel you still lack power. Goku charged at high speed, however, Whis dodged each and every one of his attacks. Damn, our power still can't compete with the power of an angel. Goku and Whis would exchange blows for a few moments, making everything around them shake, but Whis was only playing with Goku. Kakaroto had enough power to defeat that damn Bills, but Whis treats him as if he were a child. Seriously, excuse me, Mr. Goku, I don't mean to do this to you and Mr. Vegeta. Whis would increase his power a little more and would give Goku a strong blow to his neck that would make him collapse and fall to the ground very badly injured. I don't know how I'll do it. Sooner or later, I'll come back and take revenge on all of you without exception. I'll exterminate you. Whis would knock out Goku and Vegeta, and he would return with Bills-sama. So, what will we do with Goku and Vegeta? It would not be advisable to kill them, since someone could revive them, and that would be a big problem for us. You could witness the great power of Son Goku. I'm impressed by all the incredible power that Goku showed. I can't believe it, but you're right, I know. Let's lock them in the time room and create a seal so they can never get out. It's alright, Mr. Bills. That's what I'll do. Whis and Bills took both Saiyans and went to Kami-sama Temple, where they put Goku and Vegeta in the time room. When Whis came out with his immense power, he created a seal so powerful that no one would be able to come out unless the power exceeded that of an angel. Said seal was a special since not even with the Dragon Balls could make them come out. Whis and Bills would leave planet Earth. That's right, they returned to their planet. Meanwhile, inside the time room, Vegeta and Goku would have already woken up. Damn it! The power of that damn Whis was incredible! But we'll find a way to get out of here and kill them all! I agree with you, Kakarot. That damn place will not be able to retain the power of the Saiyan warrior race. Goku and Vegeta were in the time room. That's right, they couldn't do anything to avoid being locked up in that place. Damn, Vegeta! What do we do? If we stay too long in this place, we'll die of old age. You're right, Kakarot. One way or another, we must get out of this damn place. I have an idea, Vegeta. If we raise all our power, we'll be able to create a portal to take us to the outside world. Finally, use the head, damn insect. Both Saiyans began to increase their power in an incredible way. They passed to the Super Saiyan Blue, and when observing that not even a small crack was formed, they were surprised. I'm not going to die in this damn place. I'll make all those bastards pay. Kaioken, increase 20 times! Goku's power shook the entire dimension of the void. However, it was not enough. Stop, Kakarot. It's useless. That damned Whis must use his power to seal this dimension, and no power less than his will be able to get out of this damn place. Meanwhile, outside the time room, everyone was celebrating the death of Goku and Vegeta, since they would think that the Saiyans would die of hunger or old age. Finally, Goku and Vegeta will not be a hindrance in our lives. That's right, they already had me tired. They just wanted to train. Meanwhile, on the planet of Bills, he was very thoughtful because Goku's power level in an incredible way, and even being the most powerful god of destruction was not able to face him. Mr. Bills, is something wrong? Why is he so thoughtful? Nothing, Whis. I just remembered the fight I had with Son Goku. The power he showed was overwhelming. That's right, Mr. Bills. I even forced myself to use 15% of all my power. Bills would continue to think about the matter. In the entire palace, there was a Daishenkin who would say to himself, so Bills, the god of Universe 7, fulfilled the mission of exterminating the Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta. I'll have to tell the king of everything. After a few moments, Daishenkin would come to the front and bow. Great kings of everything, your request was fulfilled. The key of the Saiyans of Universe 7 has disappeared from this world. I didn't want this to happen to my friend Goku. It's the best, believe me. That mortal only brings destruction everywhere he goes. Going back to the time room, Goku and Vegeta started training. Kakarot! We can't die in this place, and if it is to overcome the power of the damned Whis, we will. However, at the precise moment, Vegeta realized that Goku's body was given off an impressive dark key. Kakarot! What's wrong with you? Are you okay? I'll kill them all! I'll give my damn life for you, and all you do is betray us! We will kill you! At that moment, Goku's hair would turn pink. That's right, Goku reached the transformation of Super Saiyan Rose for a few moments and would fall to the ground out of combat, as his body was not used to such power. What is happening to Kakarot? I can feel a very powerful evil ki within him. Vegeta would continue training to raise his power in an impressive way and be able to leave said dimension. However, at that precise moment, a voice would ring throughout the time room. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, it is me, Kami-sama. I'm sorry for everything they did to you, but I was waiting for nightfall so they wouldn't suspect anything. What's up, Bug? Kakarot's unconscious, so tell me. Mr. Vegeta, Mr. Whis even modified the time room. What here is a day in the time room is 10 years. What are you saying to me? Damn. But don't worry, I just gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, and with the help of Shenron, I asked him to give you eternal youth. I trust that you will find a way to get out of that place. Of course. Yes, damn insect. We'll leave this place and kill all those bastards. At that precise moment, Goku would regain consciousness. What happened? Why does my head hurt so much? However, at the moment, a voice would echo in his head, "It is me, Son Goku, your evil part. The part that was sealed in you when you hit your head." "What? Why are you awake until now?" "I always wanted to do it, but you had a pure heart which prevented me from even talking to you." "Wow, I see. Tell me, what do you want?" "What even you want? I want revenge. A damn cat dared to hurt our son. If you and I get back together, we'll get back to form a single being. Our power will be so much that no one will be able to stop us." "Form a single being? You don't live in me? I don't understand." "No, Goku. When you hit each other, you and I formed different paths, and I kept 65% of all your power. That's why when I offered you a little of the power of Super Saiyan Rose, you were able to defeat Bills." "And do you keep 65% of all my power?" "That's right, but even if we joined together, this would be much more powerful than a fusion. If we entered that form, we would have much more power to finish off that damn..." "No! I just want to take revenge on them. I don't want to destroy anything else. I feel that your power is absolute evil. Now get out of my head!" Vegeta would turn back to look at Kakarot. "What's wrong, Kakarot? Do you feel better?" "That's right, Vegeta. Don't worry." These began to train because much more powerful than a god of destruction, a guardian angel, and even the king of everything, they trained very hard. However, Goku's heart was filled with incredible evil every day. One day, Goku would take the initiative when he felt that his power did not increase as quickly as it did before. "Kakaroto, are you there?" "I'm always there, Son Goku. Don't forget I'm you and you are me. If I accept a return to form a single being with you, what'll happen to me?" "You'll be much more colder and your power will grow in an unreal way." "Okay, Kakaroto. I agree to return to form a single being with you." "Kakaroto, will you do it? Are you sure you are what you're doing?" "That's right, Vegeta. I'm not going to give those damn one more time." Meanwhile, outside of that place, approximately 15 days had already passed in which everything would happen normally. That's right, every day they forgot more about Son Goku, but Goten did not forget about his father. "I don't know that my father will return. When he returns, I have to be as powerful as him. I don't want to disappoint him." Goten would start training alone to increase his power. On the other hand, on the planet of Bills and Whis were talking and walking. At that moment, a portal opened in the sky. That's right, it was Daishinkan-sama. "Great Daishinkan-sama! To what do I owe the honor of your visit?" "I have come to make sure that both Saiyans are dead, as I have a very bad feeling about all this." Daishinkan would say to himself, "I hate mortals, but Zeno-sama does not. I do not understand what his sudden change has been, and I do not like this at all. I can even feel how a great negative energy overflows from the Zeno-sama of the future." "Of course, father, don't worry. He can investigate everything he wants. Now Goku and Vegeta, the most powerful mortals in Universe 7, have died." "It's alright, Whis, I'll trust you." Daishinkan, upon arriving at Zeno-sama's palace, would be greatly surprised to witness only one king of everything. "What happened to the other Zeno-sama?" "We have merged. We have formed a single being, and now that we have this great power, no one will interfere in our affairs." "What business, my king? And why do I feel such sinister ki coming from you?" "Daishinkan, with me you must not pretend. I know that you can clearly realize that I'm not the same Zeno-sama of this time. My power is pure evil, because I am not Zeno-sama." "Who is this? How are you in the body of Zeno-sama?" "I am the negative energy of the 6 universes destroyed by Zeno-sama, and we are looking for revenge. We want to destroy everything created by him, and I know that you hate mortals. Tell me, Dai, will you join me in total annihilation?" "So you are not Zeno-sama, but you are much more mature than the Zeno-sama of my time. So that's fine. I'll help you in all your tasks, new king of everything. So it was you who ordered the death of Goku and Vegeta." "That's right. Since I felt the great power of Son Goku, and if I left him alive in the future, It could become a great nuance for all my plans. Meanwhile, in the time room, both Saiyans were training, which would have achieved incredible powers. Goku would have mastered Super Saiyan Rose Phase 2 and could achieve Super Saiyan Rose Phase 3 for about 15 seconds, while Vegeta would have managed to reach the Super Saiyan Blue Evolution Phase 2 and also managing to access the Super Saiyan Blue Phase 3 for a short period of time. However, his transformation was not compared to Goku's Super Saiyan Rose. We have become more powerful, Vegeta, but it's still not enough. We'll be the strongest beings of the 12 universes. Of course, Kakarot. And we'll kill the damn Bills, since it is his fault that we are in this damn place. That's right, Vegeta, but there's something that doesn't add up. I don't know what it is, but I feel that something isn't right. It's just your imagination, damn insect. So let's start training to be much more powerful. Meanwhile, in Zeno-sama's Daishinkan Palace, he would have already returned any informing all the gods to annihilate all the more powerful mortals and not leave any of them alive. Finally, I have the revenge that I wanted so much. There will be no one who can stop me. Yet at that precise moment in his head, you will not achieve your goal. I know that a warrior will appear who will have the power to defeat you. Ha ha ha! That will be impossible. I have ordered to annihilate all mortals of great power. Now they are no longer useful to me. It disappears from me. Zeno-sama, with an ability to erase, tried to eliminate all traces of the other Zeno-sama's essence. However, this one with great power and knowledge was able to leave his body. This one was only spirit. Zeno-sama wandered through all the universes until he felt a known power, but with some evil. It was the power of Son Goku. Meantime, in the time room, Goku began to raise his power in an impressive way, managing to open a tiny portal, through which a light at extra speed would enter. What the hell? What is this? Hello, friend Goku. It is me, Zeno-sama. There's no time for explanations, but you just have to know that my counterpart from the future is going to order the annihilation of all mortals of great power, and my spirit will merge with you. I trust you, Goku. So the one impossible for all this for that damn dwarf. I swear I'll kill him. At that precise moment, Goku began to increase his power in a supernatural way to the power of Zeno-sama, to be flowing through his power of Zeno-sama. That's right, Goku begins to increase his power in an incredible way and acquire a celestial divine form. His clothes would have changed to the clothes of the king of everything. Vegeta would be surprised by the power that Kakarot came off. Kakarot, are you okay? This power, it's incredible! Meanwhile, inside Goku's mind, friend Goku, the other Zeno-sama, I don't know what has happened to him, seems like a totally different person. But he has already begun with the total annihilation of all mortals. So that damn dwarf is responsible for everything. Don't worry, Zen-chan. I'll finish that damn thing and bring everything back to normal. I trust you, friend. I have given you all the power I had left. Going back to the time room, Goku would have reached a celestial divine form. He would have achieved the Super Saiyan Phase 3 Ultra Instinct. However, his power was absurdly incredible by combining the cells of a king of everything into Saiyan. Goku, unable to withstand all that power, fell to the ground untransformed and badly injured. A noticeable change was his clothes. They would have changed to a black similar to Black Goku. After a while, Goku would wake up, but even in his base state, his power was gigantic, being able to face a god of destruction. Kakarot, are you okay? Yes, Vegeta, but the one behind the Zeno-sama of the future, apparently, he has corrupted all the gods and angels. What the hell are you saying, Kakarot? How do you know that? And where did you release so much power from? Even your appearance changed to the outfit that Zeno-sama wore. That's right, Vegeta. Apparently someone lives in the body of Zeno-sama from the future and is controlling everything. And my power, the Zeno-sama of this time, granted it to me. To this end, all of this. But he also left something for you. Oh yes, the dwarf from the future is the cause of all this. What the hell are you talking about, Kakarot? What did the great Zeno-sama leave you? Receive this, Vegeta, and overcome your limits! Goku would have launched a highly compressed sphere of energy towards Vegeta, which would enter his body. At that precise moment, Vegeta began to increase his power in an absurdly incredible way. Vegeta would have reached the form of a true god, achieving the Ultra Ego maximum power. This power is amazing. I never thought I would go so far. Thanks, Zeno-sama. I won't waste any of your power, and I'll finish off all these damn... Goku and Vegeta began to train their new powers, since Ki being so dense made them slow, and it didn't matter what power they possessed, they became so heavy they couldn't win a battle. Meanwhile, in the King's Palace of Everything, there was a very thoughtful Zeno-sama. Daishinken, come immediately. Daishinken would arrive bowing. Tell me, my lord, what is offered? I want you to gather all the gods and also the Super Dragon Balls. I have a very bad feeling. Whatever you order, great Zeno-sama. Daishinken would leave the King's Palace of Everything. Firstly, he gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, and secondly, he informed each god that they must go to the King's Palace of Everything for an emergency meeting. After a while, all the gods arrived at the King's Palace. I'm glad that you all are in this place. What I have to tell you is that a danger is approaching. So train, and with the help of your angels, train even in other dimensions. Something is going to happen and we must be prepared. As you order, great Zeno-sama. Just as they listen to the great king of everything, all the gods must have a high level of power, since even I am going to undergo a difficult training. Even you, great Daishinken? Yes, god of Universe 7 Beerus, since I also have a very bad feeling. Oh, by the way, I'll test his powers myself. If they do not have enough power, I will exterminate them. All the gods were shocked, and a little afraid to hear the words of the great priest. That's all. Now you can go back to your respective universes. Everyone can come back, except Beerus. I need to talk to you. As all the gods left, Daishinken would put on a serious look. Beerus, I trust you too much. You are the most powerful god amongst the 12 gods. Even your power suppresses most of the angels. That's why your guardian angel is Whis, the most powerful angel among all. I hope you raise your power of an incredible way, since I feel that the cause of this will be the Saiyan son Goku. That's impossible, since I just take care of those damn Saiyans myself. I don't know. I hope it's just the king's imagination and mine. But that's why we've gathered the Super Dragon Balls. Get out of there, great Zama, and fulfill my wish! A great dragon would appear, and throughout that universe, that's right, the god of dragons would have made his appearance. Tell me, what is your wish? Great god Zarma, as your being that you can fulfill any wish, what will happen to this entire megaverse in the next 12 months? Can you let us watch? This wish is very easy to fulfill. In approximately 12 months, no one will be left alive. Because an extremely powerful being will destroy every god, angel, and including the great priest and the king of everything, Zeno-sama. Beerus and Whis were surprised by what the great god Zarma said. Zarma, at that moment, with his great power, made them observe. They were able to observe in their minds how a being made the 12 universes tremble in the annihilation of each one of them. I have fulfilled your wish. Now I am retiring. The Super Dragon Balls dispersed through the universes 6 and 7 again. Now you know what is my concern, or not, God of the Universe 7 Beerus. I understand, great priest. I don't know. One way or another, we will become very strong and change all of that destiny. Knees would leave the kingdom altogether. However, Beerus was very thoughtful. He would be very nervous about what was going to happen. He would say, I'm sure that Goku and Vegeta must have died of hunger or old age. This can't be real. Look at him very thoughtfully, great Beerus-sama. Is something wrong? Hey, Whis. Is there a way someone can get out of your eternal seal? Until today, that has been impossible, but if you, like we, can go out, since as I put the seal, I can enter and leave without any problem. That's right, Whis. That would leave me much calmer, but we'll still train. Meanwhile on Earth, a few months have already passed in which nothing new would have happened. However, one moment to another, a strong power is felt. It was the great Emperor Evil Frieza. The Warriors Z were to face them. However, they were not able to achieve anything since Frieza would have trained since the end of the Tournament of Power.
Where is Goku? I want to fight that dumb monkey.
Everyone would remain silent. However, Goten would reach the battlefield, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, leaving everyone surprised. But the most surprised was Gohan. Goten, how did you get that transformation? I haven't seen you in so long.
That's none of your damn business.
Goten and the Emperor of Evil Frieza began with a great battle. However, the clear difference was noticeable since Frieza was only in his final form.
You are the youngest son of Son Goku. Tell me, what happened to your father?
Those damn who called themselves his friends have betrayed him along with Mr. Vegeta. Frieza would give him a strong blow, leaving him out of combat.
Ho ho ho! So it's your fault that Goku's not in this place. Now there's no one to face me. I'll destroy this planet.
Those damned are no longer on this planet. And even so, they cause us problems. Because of them, we're going to die. However, at that precise moment, Beerus and Whis would arrive, stopping Frieza.
Do you want me to destroy you? You don't compare to my power. A few months ago or years ago, those words would have scared me. But now I have the power to defeat you, Beerus.
Furious Beerus launched into the attack, but at that moment, Frieza passed into his golden state, and with a powerful blow, he knocked the god to the ground.
But what the hell? How could you hit me? I told you. Now I am much more powerful than you.
Beerus, very furious, would launch the attack. Frieza just dodged each of his blows without much effort.
Now I will give you back all the humiliations you did to me so many years.
Frieza began to slaughter Beerus in an incredible way, leaving him on the brink of death. Frieza would become stronger than Beerus next time.
I have not mercy on any of you.
Frieza would leave the planet Earth, but he also felt strange. One of his soldiers, realizing this, would tell him, "Big Frieza, are you okay?"
I never thought that Son Goku would be my motivation for even I, a prodigy, to train. Don't bother me again. Take care of this whole universe while I return.
That's right, Frieza began a hibernation since no one was a match for his great power.
I hope to see you again soon, dumb monkey, and have that great battle.
On the other hand, in the Room of Time, were our Saiyans who already had a surprising power.
I think it's time to leave this place.
That's right, damn insect. Let's show those worms who's the true king. These began to increase their power and managed to open multiple space-time cracks. However, before leaving, they felt an immense power from one of the many dimensions.
Who is this amazing power?
Those are the powers of the supreme gods. The gods that not even a king can control at all.
What?
Are there gods more powerful than the king of everything? That's right, and they are called the supreme gods.
This sounds very interesting, and it'll be a great help of our training.
Both Saiyans would enter the portal, appearing in space. However, the power of the king of everything, they could breathe without any problem. At that moment, a subject at extreme speed would have a powerful blow to both Saiyans, causing them to collide against the planet and destroying them with its impact.
What the heck? Who the hell is you fucking insect?
The power of your punch was absolutely amazing. Goku would stand up.
Why are you attacking us if we haven't done anything? What's wrong?
I am Hydra, one of the supreme gods. In 700 years, nobody has come to my territory since they know what awaits them. Now you are my prey. Hydra launched the attack, not giving Goku and Vegeta time. He began to massacre both Saiyans, leaving them on the ground Goku and Vegeta began to increase their powers in an incredible way, that even Son Goku's power made the whole universe rumble. And with a surprising scream and a smoke screen, these appeared in their combat form.
Wow. I can see that they have great fighting power, but not even with that power will they be able to defeat me. I'm the 5th most powerful supreme god among the 12. With their powers, they will not even be able to touch me. I would not trust that much. We are mortals who have reached a great power that of a god, and we are even above the angels. Don't make me laugh. Not even the useless king can beat us at all, and they think that only you, some Saiyans, will be able to beat us, the supreme gods. What a good joke.
However, at that moment, Vegeta, at an extreme speed, would have thrown a powerful blow at the god with the extreme difficulty the god was able to dodge.
Haha, you damn insect. Apparently you're not so amazing after all. From what I could tell, was that with great difficulty you managed to dodge my attack. That damned one almost managed to reach me with his power. But what the hell is happening here? I can't feel a great power coming from these. However, with his attack, he almost managed to hurt me. Go, Vegeta! I can see that you began to dominate all that dense ki. How can I not master this damn ki? If I am the great Vegeta! Don't think so, damn Saiyan. Just for having been a little bit from hitting me.
Without warning, the god received a furtive blow from the Prince of the Saiyans, which made him kneel in pain.
What do you say now, you damn insect?
Hydra furiously tried to stand up. However, Vegeta's leg would put on her head, making him kiss the floor. That's right, the Prince of the Saiyans was demonstrating his overwhelming power and authority.
Apparently it won't be necessary for me to intervene in this battle. Vegeta's power is powerful enough to end the life of that pathetic god.
Hydra would give a loud scream, which increased his power and formed a shockwave, causing Vegeta to quickly retreat. A very furious Hydra would launch into the attack, of which Vegeta would dodge each of his blows, making it impossible for him to even hit a single blow.
What the hell? How do you have so much power, damn Saiyan? Our power now is not below supreme deities like you, since we possess the power of the king of everything.
Vegeta would give him a powerful blow that would shake everything around him. The power of that blow would have been so much that it would make the god too affected. Meanwhile, in another place of that megaverse, the most powerful god of the 12 supreme gods was found.
Ha ha ha! So 2 Saiyans have the power of a king of everything. This'll be fun, and no god in this place is able to deface me.
However, at that moment, a being with a peculiar appearance would approach, which seemed like a demon.
Great Broly, do you really think that those 2 Saiyans are rivals for you? You're not a normal Saiyan, your power goes beyond anything known. You are the great legendary Ultra Super Saiyan God. I don't know if they are worthy of my power, but I want to test their powers. From what I can feel, they both have the power of a king of everything.
Going back to the battle between Vegeta and Hydra, it was clear that Vegeta was totally dominating the battle. However, in an oversight of Vegeta, Hydra was able to land a sneaky blow that would make him go back a few meters.
Your power is really amazing, but even so, you can't compare with the 2 most powerful beings in this place. Now I will use all my power.
Hydra began to increase her power in such a bestial way that it would make everything around him start to tremble. However, Vegeta would be very confident.
No matter what you do, your destiny will be death. Since without doing anything about it, you wanted to kill us, you found yourself death.
Hydra would not pay attention to Vegeta's words. At that precise moment, Hydra, at an amazing speed, would have given Vegeta a blow that would make him spit blood. However, when he used the power that goes beyond a god, his vitality would be wearing out fast. Meanwhile, returning to the time room, Whis, with his immense power, was able to enter the time room with Beerus. That's right, both of them were very surprised when they saw that there was no one, but at that moment their bodies felt a chill. Since even up to that dimension, one could feel the intensity of said battle that was taking place in a place far away from where they were.
Whis! What the hell has happened in this place? How did these two bastards get out of this place? And if I'm not wrong, the pressure you feel is from Vegeta.
Beerus and Whis could not feel the power of Goku or Vegeta because their power was in another dimension. They were in the dimension of power of a king of everything.
I don't know, Mr. Beerus. This is impressive. Mr. Goku and Vegeta really managed to get out of this place, and in effect that great pressure is from Mr. Vegeta, who seems to be fighting with someone very powerful.
Both deities would come out of the time room with an expression of horror.
We must inform the High Priest what happened, so that this same Daishinken with Zeno-sama take action on the matter.
Returning to the battle, Hydra's power had risen so much that he was putting the big Vegeta in a bind.
This is what you wanted, damn! Let him fight seriously, then find out something. This is all the power of the great Hydra!
Vegeta would stop his next attack with one hand and smile.
And have you seen me use all my power? I'm just using a power similar to yours, and I want to end all hope you have, damn!
Vegeta at that moment increased the power of Super Saiyan Blue Phase 3 to 75%, with which a surprising pressure fell on the Hydra god.
Who are these guys? I can't breathe! Its pressure has cut out my breath! Feel a bit angry. This is the agony that we feel when beings with the title of God want to take advantage of us.
However, at that precise moment, a subject would have given Vegeta a strong kick, which flew hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The blow of that being would have arrived was overwhelming.
What is that powerful Ice Emperor Yakuza doing here?
The new subject would have arrived named Ryota, who would stand in front of Hydra.
Get out of here, Hydra. You don't have enough power to defeat them. From the beginning, you should have realized, so don't treat everyone as if they were inferior to these two Saiyans have beaten you up. But great Yakuza, I want to help you. Between the two of us, we can finish them off. Go away. Obey.
Hydra would leave the place in very bad conditions.
Damn, they were going to pay me. I won't let them get away with it. I'll tear them to pieces, damn worms.
Vegeta would come out of the rubble a bit confused due to the powerful blow almost knocking him out.
So another damn has come to seek his death, but at least it seems that you're much more powerful than the other worm. I apologize on behalf of my partner. If you're going to stay in this multiverse, you could do it, but don't forget that we're all beings of great power.
Yakuza turned his back on Vegeta and was about to leave.
Damn! Who do you think you are? I have not given my approval for you to leave. I will make you suffer the worst possible way!
Vegeta launched into the attack at that precise moment. Yakuza formed an ice sword with which he hit the great Prince of the Saiyans hard, leaving him very badly injured.
I don't want to have a battle with you, Saiyan. Our power is as distant as heaven and earth. And like all the supreme gods, the three most powerful have such great power that we are able to face 100 supreme gods or more and defeat them without any difficulty. Do you know? I don't care if you're the most powerful supreme god or if you're able to face 100 of them. You can't with me. I warned you, Saiyan. I didn't want to end like this.
Yakuza, from one moment to another, he began to beat Vegeta, that even he couldn't see anything.
Even I find it difficult to follow the speed of that god. What kind of power does he have? Eternal Ice Prison! Supreme 9 Pillars!
A large ice barrier was present, with which would keep Vegeta inside. Lowering the temperature to extreme levels, Vegeta would hit the prison. However, the 9 pillars made all his attacks return to the wearer with double energy.
Damn. Why is it so powerful? But I do not lose. I'll show you all my power.
That's right, Vegeta began to increase all his power. Vegeta would have gone to his new transformation called Ultra Ego. Vegeta's hair would turn purple, characterized by the aura of the gods of destruction.
This damn barrier would not be able to contain my great power.
Vegeta cracked the barrier with a powerful blow.
Apparently, this being has great power. Even my barrier, with which I use 20% of my power, has managed to crack it. Apparently that guy forced Vegeta to use all his power. This is incredible. I didn't think that the being that wasn't Zeno-sama would force him to go so far.
Vegeta continued to attack the barrier, and over time, Vegeta managed to completely destroy it.
I must congratulate you. No one would have managed to get out of my barrier of 9 supreme pillars. For that small feat, I will take you a little seriously. A little? Damn, don't you underestimate me!
Vegeta launched into the attack. The collision of the fists was impressive since the entire multiverse was affected.
So Yakuya is fighting with those Saiyans. This would be a perfect opportunity to see what those Saiyans are capable of.
Goku and Vegeta continued with their exchange of blows. However, Goku was only playing with the Prince of the Saiyans.
I'm already bored of this game. It would be better to end this battle once and for all.
Goku gave Vegeta a powerful blow which would send him flying, beginning to charge a large sphere of energy. Vegeta, recovering from the blow, observed that Goku was carrying a large sphere of energy.
I'll also charge my most powerful attack. That damn thing was not able to be against me.
Vegeta began to gather a large amount of energy.
Receive the big final glow! Your simple power would be no match for the ultimate ice attack.
Both attacks began to collide. The level of his attacks was supreme, as he even destroyed the planets that were nearby.
How is this damn thing holding back my final blaze? Ha ha ha! I'm not even using half of all my power.
Yakuya focused much more power on his attack, exterminating Vegeta's. However, before his clash with Vegeta, Goku would stand in front of him, and with one hand he would make him disappear.
I see you're very powerful, but the real battle is about to begin.
Goku would have pulverized that big attack with a single blow, saving Vegeta from being exterminated. So my suspicions weren't wrong. You had a greater power than this guy.
So you have noticed that? Well, that's right. I'm much more powerful than Vegeta. Kakarot, even though you have the power of a king, don't trust yourself at all. The power of that damn worm is amazing. Not even with my maximum power was I able to scratch it.
Vegeta would have fallen to the ground unconscious without any energy. I told you the same thing I told your partner. I don't want to fight. The 3 most powerful gods don't compare to the rest, and that's right. Your power won't be enough to face me.
I see that you are very sure of your words. I hope you have the power to support them.
Goku launched into the attack in Super Saiyan Rose. However, Byakuya's dodged the blow with extreme ease, managing to hit him with a blow that would send him to the ground. I told you, you don't have the power to face me. Better get out of this place and stay in any territory you want. Your power is comparable to the normal Supreme Gods, but not to the 3 most powerful.
Apparently, with you, I'll have to use all my power, because I'm not going to hold back!
The entire multiverse began to shudder. An incredibly amazing power overflowed from Son Goku. This stepped directly to his phase of the King of Everything Super Saiyan 3. The power that gave off was brutal.
So that Saiyan thinks to fight against Hydra. It'll be a great show. The power he hides is incredible. We hope that he'll be able to face the Ice Emperor Byakuya.
Your power is incredible, but even with that bestial power, you won't be able to face me.
Goku, the power you emanate is incredible, but it won't be enough for this supreme god. His power goes far beyond what you can imagine. I know, but I want to face it with everything I have. Get ready! Don't intend to contain me!
Goku launched himself at maximum speed, launching a blow at Byakuya's face, which he would dodge. However, this time, it would have been too difficult for him to dodge said attack. The air slingshot was devastating. Some planets would have disintegrated with a simple blow. Byakuya would say to himself, "The power of this guy is incredible. If he faced any of the rest of my teammates, he would tear them to pieces in a few seconds, with the exception of the Super Saiyan Ultra God Broly and Ryota." Goku would not stop attacking, With his maximum power, he began to throw a shrapnel of blows at him, which was putting Byakuya in more and more trouble.
I can't believe it! The power of that Saiyan is incredible, and from what I can feel, he has the essence of a king of everything in his body.
Meanwhile, in the king's palace of everything, Beerus and Whis would have arrived.
What happened? By their looks, I could tell that it's not great.
That's right, Father, but what you have informed us has been real. The prophecy is being fulfilled. Great Daishenkin-sama, and the Saiyans Goku and Vegeta are not in the room of time, and when we entered that place, we could feel how they were fighting against other beings with great powers.
This really is catastrophic. There's nothing we can do.
Of course there is something. We are the most powerful deities of the 12 universes. Time does not influence us.
But great Zeno-sama, even the great god Zarama has said it. There's nothing we can do.
Of course there's something, Daishenkin. Take care of closing all the dimensions that connect with the room of time that Beerus tells us about. Is this even possible? There are infinity of dimensions.
Such is not as possible. What I do is seal the room of time again with even greater power. If the prophecy is true, they will come out, but we will have much more time to prepare for this great battle that is coming.
God Beerus and Angel Guardian Whis, you as the two most powerful beings, below Daishenkin and me, train very hard. We will inform the rest of the gods. As you order, great Zeno-sama, we will not let the prophecy come true.
Whis and Beerus would leave this place. They would return to their planet, where Beerus, being a prodigy, would never have trained. By training this achievement, breaking all his limiters, something similar was happening in each of the universes. Returning to the battlefield, they would continue fighting, since the time difference was somewhat brutal, while outside a few days would have elapsed. In said universe, they had only been fighting for 14 minutes.
I can realize that your power is abysmal. Not even with the power of a king can I completely defeat you.
Power of a king of everything? Did you murder the king of everything of your megaverse?
Damn Saiyan! I thought you were good-hearted!
Byakuya began to attack with much more power, causing even Goku to find himself in trouble.
Get this! Ultimate Ice Element Prison, die!
Byakuya would have used his elemental prison, which at the moment of any warrior being inside, the same ice made his body freeze, and any energy attack or blow was returned to its carrier. Goku realized this when he hit to achieve get out of said prison and his arm destroyed.
What the hell is this? This subject is going to kill me!
However, a voice inside him would rumble, saying, "Hit this place." This barrier isn't so surprising after all.
Who are you? And how are you inside of me?
Goku would not have received an answer. However, he would listen, hitting her where the guy would have told him. That's right, Goku was able to get out of that place, and with the power of the King of Everything, he was able to restore his arm. How was it possible that you got out of my elemental prison?
That doesn't interest you, damn. Now I'll make you pay for almost murdering me!
Goku launched into the attack with 100% of his power, giving Byakuya more problems. However, he was still able to keep up with him.
I want to have that Saiyan in front of me. I'll have to test his powers myself. Daiku, bring me that subject immediately. I don't care what method you use. I want to have him before me.
As you order, my lord. Both warriors would have been very even. However, Byakuya at that very moment was taking the advantage of the battle.
You turned out to be a great opponent, but let's see if you can handle this. Body resists the power of the King of Everything with the power of Kaioken! Double Kaioken!
No, Goku! The power you're using cannot be supported by your body! You can use it for a maximum of 15 seconds!
Regardless of what Zeno-sama said, Goku would use this technique. When he activated it, he would feel how all his bones were breaking. However, he wouldn't care.
All my power goes into this blow! Great Eliminator! Blow of the King of Everything!
The power of Goku exerted in his right fist was terrifying, and Byakuya himself would realize this, which raised a large part of his power to be able to stop such a bestial attack. I see that your body is being affected by all that power. That power does not belong to you. That's not true power. After this, you'll be useless, and you won't be able to increase your powers again, because your energy veins, they will explode.
You're not fighting with an amateur. I know what my body is capable of, and I'm not going to die. This won't be my end since I haven't fulfilled my mission.
Byakuya would use a great attack to counteract the attack that would be sent against him. However, when he hit Goku with his blow, it would go through him. What the hell? An illusion!
Big gods that eliminate all beings with a single blow. I thought this could work for me. You don't have the combat experience that I have.
Goku's attack had hit Byakuya, sending him flying thousands of meters.
Gah! That punches hurt so much. I can't believe the power of that attack.
But Goku's attack would not have ended there. Goku, at a speed that even exceeded Byakuya's superior view, was able to hit him in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood.
I have only 5 seconds left with this power. I'll use my final blow. Take this divine captive blow!
That's right. Goku's last blow was able to knock out Byakuya. At that precise moment, Goku de-transformed, falling to the ground badly injured and unconscious. At that very moment, Deku would have arrived, restoring everyone's energy and taking only Goku and Vegeta to the Great Broly's palace. At that moment, he arrived. Here are the two Lord Warriors.
Okay, leave them in some rooms until they recover.
Meanwhile, out of all that place, Daishenkin would have managed to create an extremely powerful seal, which allowed him to seal any dimension that connects with the Room of Time.
This won't be enough. Let's hope we have enough time to become powerful.
Trust us, gods of destruction. We will stop those Saiyans one way or another.
Returning to Broly's palace, both Saiyans would have woken up.
I have no stress in my body. How weird. I thought that Kaioken was going to affect me much more.
This is amazing. I had a brutal power increase.
At that moment, they both felt a power that even those would make them tremble.
Whose is this awesome power? I can't believe it! The owner of this power is a being that must be at the top of everything. I can't measure his power.
Both Saiyans would come out and they would be expected by Broly and Deku.
So they woke up. That seems excellent to me.
Sir, you sure of what you're going to do?
You have saved us.
First, I must thank you. I don't know what your action is due, but thank you.
You're a Saiyan like us, but how do you have such power?
Despite not being transformed, you made an extremely overwhelming power.
So you realize that's right. I am a Saiyan. In fact, I'm the first Saiyan god and legendary at the same time.
Everyone was surprised. However, there was not to be a time to be too surprised, since at that moment, Broly would take out both Saiyans by shooting each of them with a strong blow.
If they were able to take on the third most powerful god, Ice Emperor Byakuya, I want to see what they're capable of.
The blow he gave us was very well placed and quite accurate.
I can't believe the power he possesses.
We can't trust this guy, or else we won't be able to make it out alive to tell about it.
Goku would go into Super Saiyan Phase 3 Ultra Instinct with the power of a god of destruction, and Vegeta with Ultra Ego. That's right, they began to exchange blows at surprising speed. However, for Broly, it was child's play since he just dodged and evaded his blows.
Damn, if you had the power to hit us, you...
Goku wouldn't finish his sentence since Broly would have held him by the head, dragging him across the surface.
You must not tell me clearly that I will attack you. I am not so merciful.
Vegeta would jump up to help Goku, but he would be useless. Broly was holding each warrior with each of his arms.
My power has no comparison. You are nothing more than garbage next to me.
Goku and Vegeta would sneak attack Broly, however none of their attacks were effective. That's right, the power of Super Ultra Saiyan God didn't even compare to the power of a king of everything.
Goku, with his current powers, won't be able to deal with that guy. You better think fast about a way out, or that bloodthirsty guy will kill you. I know, but I really don't know what I can do. His power is so immense, I can't let go of his grip.
Is that all you have? Are you really Saiyans? You two don't look like more than simple insects.
Damn it! Don't make fun of us, especially me. I'm the Prince of the Saiyans!
Both warriors began to put much more power into their blows. However, Broly's power was so much that with one hand, for each one, he was able to subdue them. Meanwhile, outside of all those universes, there were 12 gods of destruction and their arduous training. That's right, they would not be easy prey for the Saiyan who would have absorbed Zeno-sama's powers. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, there was the god of destruction Vermouth. Margarita, what chance do we have in this coming battle? From what I understand, the Saiyan Goku and Vegeta come from a warrior race. Their power has no limits. I don't know exactly, but we don't have enough power. We'll be destroyed imminently. I can't believe those two Saiyans have the power to make even a king fear him at all. It's incredible. In another universe, to be more exact, at Universe 7, there was Beerus, who would have achieved a transformation that would have increased his power in an incredible way, being at the same with an angel, but not above an angel supreme as was Whis. Sir Beerus, I can tell that his power has grown in an incredible way. Very proud of you and your new power.
All this power is to assassinate those two Saiyans, although deep down I don't want to do it. Our orders are from the true kings.
That's right, Beerus-sama, we don't have any other choice. But still, those Saiyans were nothing more than a nuisance to us.
You're right, Whis. The only thing we have to do is eliminate them so that all the 12 universes enter into peace.
Meanwhile, in the king's palace of everything, there was a Daishenkin talking with Zeno-sama.
My lord, what will we do if the power of those Saiyans rises much higher and they're able to break the seal?
Well, whatever's in our hands, those damned are the only hindrance to our plans. Those damned Saiyans, they've always opposed me.
I understand, sir. With your permission, I'm going to raise my power.
Daishenkin would leave the kingdom altogether, going to a room which made his power increase in an extremely incredible way. Returning to the battle, Goku and Vegeta were very injured. No matter how they attacked, they were always evaded by the power of the great Broly.
I really didn't have to use 50% of my full power. They're ridiculously weak. I haven't even gone into my combat form. What did you say? So all this time, this has only been a game for you.
Deku, who was watching the entire battle, it seemed. The power of those Saiyans is impressive. Being able to eliminate most of the supreme gods with the exception of the three most powerful, Broly's being the strongest, he's treating them like children. In another place, there was Hydra that had already recovered all her energies.
Damn, those bastards will pay me. They won't get away with it. I'll kill them.
At that precise moment, a new supreme god will arrive.
What are you supposed to do here, Ryota?
I could feel the great battle you had against those Saiyan gods.
Do you come to make fun of me?
Of course not. What I come to offer you is an alliance, since like Broly, those two guys are Saiyans. We cannot allow new Saiyan gods to appear wanting to dominate everything.
But what are you saying? Do you want to face the great god Broly-sama? With just one of his blows, he is capable of tearing it to pieces.
I know, but before facing him, we must drink the blood of the ancient supreme god of death. With this power, we will be invincible warriors, being able to defeat whoever stands in front of us.
Ancient supreme god of death? I've never heard of him. Who is he?
It's a legend from millions of years ago, who was the one who ruled this entire dimension. And a warrior named Yamoshi was able to exterminate him, but what I found out now is that he was not able to exterminate him without sacrificing something. He lost life that day.
How the hell do you want us to bring to life a being that we don't know if he exists?
He existed, since I have his essence in my possession. Ryota opened a portal, leaving the terrible essence which was known as the essence of slaughter.
What the hell is that, Ryota? The power it gives off is incomprehensible. We'll die if we try to master such power.
No, Hydra. If we drink the blood of the ancient supreme god, we'll be able to master this power. After a few moments, Ryota was able to convince Hydra. That's right, both gods went out throughout the great universe in search of the blood of the first god of death. At that precise moment, they felt like giant powers were colliding with each other.
Damn, that's the power of the great Broly, and he's fighting with those damn Saiyans.
Exactly, Hydra. Those three unite, they would be able to end everything that exists in this dimension and the dimension of the normal gods. Both of them, much more determined than before, began to search for the blood of the ancient god of death until they could find it. That's right, when they found it, a silhouette appeared on her forehead.
Those who have found a little of my blood, drink it, and you will receive great power. But in exchange, you will have to bring me to life.
I always knew that I would meet you again, Father.
So you are Ryuk. From what I see, you have done my will. Now do it. Drink my blood, so they will end all that damn Saiyan race.
What do you mean, Father? What does this mean, Ryota? Everything I've told you is true, but omit the part where the old god of death was my father. That's why I'm the second most powerful god, and Broly? Broly is the son of the legendary Yamoshi.
What the hell did you just say? How is that possible?
Millions of years ago, my father named Akinai Heleng was the ruler of everything. That's right, my powerful father has no rival, until one day a powerful warrior came to confront him. He called himself Yamoshi, the father of the Saiyans. Their battle was legendary. It lasted a few days, both almost unlimited powers, but that damn Saiyan increased his power much more while the battle was going on. That's right, he no longer had any more power. He decided to detonate to take my father along with the...
I can't believe it! But why did two subjects with such great powers face each other?
At that moment, lightning would strike the ground, and the sky would become thunderous.
You will drink my blood, or not, pathetic god.
I'm sorry, sir, of course. And these are also fed up with all these damn Saiyans.
Both warriors drank the blood of the ancient god of death. However, at that moment, Hydra would feel something strange in his being.
What's happening to me?
I'm sorry, Hydra. It's not personal. You're just collateral damage, but I'll do your will. We'll finish off one of those Saiyans. At that moment, a great explosion was present. However, all the power of the supreme god Hydra would have been absorbed by said source.
Just a little more and I'll wake up completely.
Returning to the battlefield, both Saiyans were not able to fight as a team to face said Saiyan.
Kaioken!
Goku would leave Broly without vision for a few moments. At that precise moment, he would take Vegeta and teleport to another place.
What are you doing, Kakarot? No matter how much we hide our ki, that guy will find us and tear us apart. I can't believe all his power. We'll not allow it. We'll use the fusion. I still keep that Potra of that Supreme Kaioken gave us.
I'm not given to merge with you, damn insect.
Damn it, Vegeta! It's the only way that we have against that monster, since we have not even fighted together with it.
Are you sure, Kakarot, that if we merge, we'll be able to defeat him?
I'm not sure about this. What I'm sure about is that if we obtain a power we've never seen before.
What they didn't know was that Broly was only testing them, but he wasn't being friendly at all. So they thought he wanted to kill them, and at that moment he found them.
They have no escape. It'll be their end. Take this damn...
Broly would have changed to a large sphere of ki, with the intention that these, due to the desperation of dying, increase his powers more.
Throw it at me quickly, insect!
Goku would throw the Potra pendant at him.
Now, yes! We'll be able to eliminate this dam!
Both warriors came together, giving birth to the powerful Vegito. At that moment, all the universes of said dimension trembled, making the gods feel such terrible power.
What the hell? This power is perhaps that of two Saiyans! I can't believe it! In all the universes, they were comments similar to that of the Ice Emperor Byakuya. What the hell is going on? I feel the ki of a completely powerful being near those Saiyans. Not even their power outshines them. Who is it? His power doesn't lose against mine.
Vegito would touch the great sphere of power with his hands, starting to run with this.
What? I can't believe it!
At that moment, Vegeta would kick him, throwing him off the planet from which they were fighting. Broly would observe a new warrior. They would not observe Goku or Vegeta.
Who are you? And what did you do with the two Saiyans?
Kakarot and Vegeta decided to form a single being. I'm the fusion of both, and the name is Vegito.
The power of those two was so great that their union would form a warrior of such power. I can't believe it.
However, a powerful blow would take Broly out of his thoughts. Vegito began to attack without warning. Broly, having now raised his power, was in a few troubles.
Damn it. This bastard's putting pressure on me in an incredible way. I can't believe it.
Take this cursed feeling of power of a Saiyan King! Eliminator attack of the great Vegito!
Vegito would have loaded a large sphere in his hands with the energy of the king of everything. Said attack was capable of eliminating a being much more powerful than him. Deku was watching this entire battle would be surprised.
Mister, dodge that attack! I can feel the power of a king of everything in that incredible technique!
However, he wouldn't have given him time. The attack hit him squarely. The veins of Broly's body were popping. It was obvious that he was making an effort.
I realize you're a worthy opponent, but how about this?
Broly would raise a large part of his power, managing to stop little by little.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. He's stopping a king's attack completely with his hands.
Broly would send the attack flying. With a loud shout, it began to increase his power in an overwhelming way. Broly was raising his power in an incredible way, causing multiple dimensional cracks to be created all over the space.
It's amazing how the power of the Supreme God, even with the fusion, I'm not sure I could beat it.
Broly would have finished raising his power. His hair would have turned silver. Broly had gone into combat form, with which he was able to face all the Supreme Gods except the second and third, since these had a similar power.
Who the hell are you? What have you done with the Saiyans I was fighting with? So you didn't notice? Well, I'm the fusion of both Saiyans. I'm Vegito, and this is Vegito Ultra Instinct!
Vegito would go Ultra Instinct, surprising Broly and Deku, who was watching this battle. How is it possible that two Saiyans from the world outside have so much power? It is a fucking nightmare.
I see that with you, I have to use a large part of my power. I hope I'm prepared.
Broly, having gone into combat form, he was confident. Meanwhile, outside that dimension, where all the gods with his rigorous training, in Universe 11 was the Destroyer God Vermouth training together with his angel Margarita.
Margarita, we have trained enough for today. I think we can give ourselves a decent rest.
Of course not, Mr. Vermouth. The existence of the 12 universes is at stake. If we are not powerful enough, we will die.
If we don't rest enough, we won't be able to make our ki recover quickly.
Margarita would accept that the god of the Destroyer Vermouth has her rest. However, she was a bit upset, and Vermouth had noticed this attitude that the angel was having. Everything was similar in the 12 universes, and this was all because Zeno-sama's negative power was flowing through the 12 universes, affecting the fundamental pillars of each universe. Meanwhile, on Earth, all of those were normal months had passed since what happened. The only one who continued to train hard was Goten, who had the hope of being able to return to his father. I need a training partner, but I don't know who to tell. At that moment, he would feel the key of Trunks, who would leave that place at a great speed. At that moment of meeting him, they began to talk.
Long time no see, Trunks. How have you been?
Hello, Goten. Very good, and you?
A little boring. I want my father to come back from the planet so that he could train with me. So that's what these bastards told you?
What do you mean, Goten?
Those cursed locked up my father and Mr. Vegeta in the Room of Time because they believed they were a threat.
No, I can't believe it.
They wouldn't be able to do this to our parents. It's the truth, Goten. You better not train so that when they come out, I know they'll be proud of our powers.
It seems good to me. So that's why no one wanted to talk about my dad. We'll become very powerful, being able to make them proud.
Meanwhile, on the planet of Beerus, he was training, since he had to manage to obtain a new transformation, which was able to overcome all the gods of destruction and being at 50% of power of Daishinken before he trained. That's right, Daishinken at the end of his training had also achieved abysmal power, being on par with the Super King of all. Returning to the dimension, both warriors began with a great battle. Both were very even and very injured at that moment. A strong rumble was felt through the multiverse. It was nothing more than Vegito's power. Since Zeno-sama's essence was merging with it, Broly felt like Vegito's power, instead of decreasing, was increasing.
What the hell? How can she raise his power like that without an emerging transformation? Is he also a legendary Super Saiyan?
Vegito kept screaming, raising his power in a terrifying way, causing disasters all over the place. Daiku was trembling at feeling such a beastly power.
Sir, the power of this individual has already surpassed all the gods, being able to eliminate them with a single blow except the three most powerful.
Elsewhere, the Ice Emperor King Byakuya was surprised by the battle that was taking place far away from his universe.
That battle is on another planet. I can't believe it. The power of those Saiyans is absurdly incredible. So they weren't using all of their power.
Meanwhile, with the Supreme God Ryota, he managed to convince each Supreme God to destroy Broly. However, what he was doing was giving his father much more power and being able to master the Massacre energy. When Ryota's father absorbed the last Supreme God, a light would make all those multiverses illuminate with a great light.
What the hell? Another great power has appeared, but unlike Broly and that Saiyan, he's pure evil.
But from one moment to another, all that majestic power had disappeared. Akiyani Helang had disappeared with all his ki to be able to master all that bestial power. Akiel and his son would go to different universes to master the new powers.
Father, what will our first move be?
The first thing we need to find out is how powerful Yamoshi's descendant has become.
He's the most powerful god among the 12 supreme gods that existed, but I doubt that his power compares with his.
At that moment, they also felt the collisions of their fists.
Whose other power is this?
As a new Saiyan that has come to this multiverse.
I see. So we have to train hard to be able to face them. Father and son began to train to increase their powers greatly. Returning to the battle, Broly had already decided to end it.
Your power is incredible, but you still lack the power to match for me, the legendary Ultra Super Saiyan God.
Broly increased his power much more, where he even had muscles grow even more. However, with his large size, he retained incredible speed, since in a few microseconds, he was able to deliver a strong blow to Vegito that would leave him out of harm's way combat.
You're the second most powerful guy I've ever faced.
Broly would return to his base state. However, he also received great damage in the battle. After a few days in which Vegeta would wake up, they would unfuse, becoming Goku and Vegeta again.
So they woke up. So they know. I don't want to kill them. I just want to know how far their power goes.
I understand. Sorry for attacking you.
Don't worry, they're very powerful, but that fusion is their trick up their sleeve, since the power they generate is incredible. But tell me, what brings you to the world of the Supreme Gods?
We were imprisoned by the great Price Daishinken and Zeno-sama.
I see, so those insects are still alive. Zeno-sama's good for nothing.
Goku began to tell everything that happened to Broly, which he would understand.
Now I understand everything. You, being of the same race and not having negative energy, are welcome to this universe whenever you want.
Goku and Vegeta would raise their power by returning to the Room of Time. That's right, from that place, they began to increase their powers in an incredible way, managing to open a dimension towards the Tremor of Kami-sama. However, when they left, all they felt is a ki absurdly powerful. All the gods, angels, and high priests and the king of everything managed to perceive such power that would make all the 12 universes shudder. Goten and Trunks, feeling the ki of their parents, went quickly to the place of Kami-sama. After a few minutes, they would arrive. Goten would run to hug his father, just like Trunks would do to Vegeta.
I missed you so much, Dad. Forgive me for not being able to do anything when those bastards betrayed you. A long time without seeing you, Goten. I can feel how you've become very powerful. I'm very proud of you.
Hello, Dad. Long time no see. My mom had told me that you were training on the planet of Mr. Beerus.
That damn insect will pay me. But Trunks, your power has grown in a surprising way. You filled me with pride that you're my son.
At that moment, Beerus, the Destroyer God of Universe 7, would appear in front of all of them.
So they managed to get out of that place. Apparently they are hard to kill. Damn monkeys.
I'm surprised how, even with the High Priest's seal, you are able to get out of said dimension. You really are two warriors of great powers.
On this occasion, I'll finish with you two damned. Let's see if you can, damn it. I highly doubt it.
That moment, Beerus began to increase his power in an incredible way, causing the entire Universe 7 to tremble. However, when Goku felt how Beerus was raising his power in an incredible way, an air wave would send him off planet Earth, since it is said place where they would still see people who had not betrayed him.
Here in space, if you can unleash all your power, go ahead. Damn, I hope you don't regret what you're doing.
Beerus again began to increase his power in a scary way. Beerus would have passed to the new transformation of him with 100% of all his power.
Now praise the power of a super god of destruction!
Ha ha ha! Damn insect, your power is pathetic. Don't worry, Kakarot, I'll take care of this clown.
Vegito would go off of the Ultra Ego, which he would be able to surprise Beerus and Whis with his power that he gave off. Whis also wanted to pounce on Vegeta, but at that moment, Goku would take him by the arm, giving him a strong blow that he was not able to dodge, throwing thousands of kilometers through that universe.
How could he hit me? This can't be true.
At that moment, a great battle would begin between the most powerful deities of Universe 7. However, despite the fact that Whis and Beerus had trained, they were no match for the Saiyans, who were only playing with them.
Goku, kill them! You have no choice, and when all this is over, you will revive them with the Super Dragon Balls. All their energy is corrupted. Currently, there's nothing that can be done.
I understand, Zen-chan. I'm sorry, Whis-san. Was the best teacher I could have, but now everything ends. Divine Punisher!
Goku would launch a tiny sphere of ki, which would cause Whis to disintegrate, leaving no trace of it. Beerus would be surprised to witness how Son Goku had ended Whis' life without any effort.
How could a mortal end the life of a guardian angel? This is amazing. I can't believe it!
However, at that moment, a voice would echo from his back.
This is also your end, Beerus. If you never intended to kill us, we'll revive you with the Super Dragon Balls. But if your intention was always to kill us, you'll stay in the other world forever.
At that moment, the Daishinkan would arrive along with 11 remaining gods of destruction, where everyone was surprised to realize that Beerus, the most powerful god of all, had been easily defeated. At that precise moment, the Daishinkan began to raise all his power in a way of bestial, since he was going to fight seriously from the beginning. Daishinkan would continue to raise his power in an incredible, amazing way, making even all the universes tremble while he raised all his power.
Even with all this power, I won't be able to defeat that dam. I better absorb the energy of all these dam. It's for the greater good.
Daishinkan, by raising all his power, an angelic light was noticed throughout the universe.
I'm sorry, gods and angels, but now you will be a part of my power. Keychains, divine rapture.
Some chains of dark energy were entangled in all those present.
Father, but what are you supposed to be doing?
I'm sorry, Whis, but if not even the most powerful god was able to face it, do you think you can do it? I don't know if I can do it with my power. For that reason, I will keep all your powers.
These Saiyans will annihilate everything. We should not have trusted you.
Only if I allow it.
Daishinkan finished absorbing everyone's power.
Now if I wait for you damn mortals to be ready, I will make you feel the greatest agony you have ever felt. I will kill you until you beg me to end your miserable lives.
You're cursed! You and the Zeno-sama of the future are behind all this! I can't believe how scum you are to be able to kill your own descendants!
Those bastards were nothing more than a source of my power. Now they will feel the true terror!
It won't be so.
Vegeta's mouth had been silenced by a strong blow. Daishoken was able to hit him even though he was with Ultra Ego. Vegeta was not able to dodge several sneaky blows that Daishoken was giving him. Vegeta was surprised by the power that this cursed man had achieved in this time. The power of Daishoken had risen in a surprising way, and both Goku and Vegeta would realize this.
Damn worm, I'll not let you get away with it. I'll see that you have great power, but it will not be enough to defeat me.
Vegeta began to attack Daishoken. However, with the power that he had absorbed, he was far superior to Vegeta. He was no match for this being.
Vegeta, if you do not use all your power, you'll be no match for that wretch who preferred to absorb all his loved ones instead of accepting defeat.
Don't give me orders, you damn insect. But you're right. I'll use everything I have on this wretch.
Vegeta began to increase his power in an amazing way. Vegeta at an incredible speed would go to the powerful Ultra Ego Phase 3, with which all the universes were affected by such power. Even the power of this would reach the Forbidden Universes. I can't believe it! The power of those Saiyans, is it a much good?
And apparently they were not fused. This is the power of only one of them.
In a very remote part, Ryota was training with his father. They would also feel this great power. That power is incredible, and apparently it's from the other universes. It's impossible for a power to reach this dimension. Apparently, the beings in these millions of years have evolved in an incredible way, reaching great powers. But even so, they will not be rivals for us, since we're prodigies, and we have to fulfill an even greater dream, even if it costs us our own lives. Returning to Universe 7, Daishoken and the Princess Saiyans Vegeta were having a great battle. They were hitting each other at surprising speeds. There was no clear winner to be seen, however Vegeta would give him a powerful blow in the face to Daishoken. But at that moment, a laugh would rumble throughout the universe.
This power is amazing. Your attacks alone are tickling me. I don't feel anything, damn. Now, do you want to just caress my face? That's how you attack.
Daishoken, from one moment to the next, would deal a strong blow to Vegeta, who almost dodged it. However, the planet behind it would be left in rubble.
But what? The power of his blow is overwhelming. This cursed has turned into a monster.
Vegeta will never be able to fight Daishoken. The power level is like heaven and earth. All that damn wanted was to give him hope and then break all of Vegeta's pride. Goku, Daishoken's power is increasing. From what I can tell from my counterpart in the way, it's better between the two of them to finish off Daishoken. Because if Daishoken is so powerful, I can't even imagine how powerful he became, that damned.
Goku would step forward with the intention of intervening in the battle, but at that moment Vegeta would yell,
"Do not interfere, Kakarot! I'll take care of this dim, even if I have to end my life."
That's right, Vegeta was going to sacrifice himself. Vegeta would take Daishoken and begin to increase his power in an incredible way. His whole body was charging with energy.
How pathetic all mortals can be. Do you think that with a pathetic power, your final explosion will do something to me? You will die in vain. And I hope to see that. Let's see what you think when I use my detonation at maximum power.
Daishoken was confident, but after a few moments, his face changed to a worried one when he observed how Vegeta's determination did not give way.
Do you plan to explode? You will not be able to kill me. Now you start to shake. I hope you're so sure when I detonate all my power.
Vegeta already managed to collect a large part of power from him. Vegeta would rise into the air.
Kakarot, take care of Trunks, please. Divine multiversal final explosion. Die!
Dad, please don't do it! Trunks would transform into Super Saiyan Blue, going to rescue his father. However, Goten would grab him tightly. We can't get close. His simple pressures can end our lives.
You've always been my partner, my friend, my greatest rival. I'll not allow you to die, Vegeta! Total armor of a king of everything! Divine protective seal!
An explosion lit up that whole universe. The life of a great warrior was about to go out. The life of the Princess Saiyans was about to come to an end. The proudest warrior in Universe 7, while this explosion was happening, it would be said to be Vegeta.
I see. That's how it feels to die for someone else. Now I understand you, Kakarot. I hope to see you again in the afterlife.
But at that moment, when everything seemed lost for the Prince of the Saiyans, a sphere of ki covered his entire body. That's right, the technique that Goku would have executed was activated at the precise moment to save Vegeta.
How are you, Vegeta?
Damn insect, so you saved me at the last moment. Or at least I destroyed that damn...
Everyone was shocked when they heard a loud scream.
Ah, ha, ha! Damn monkey! I swear that all this pain will return to you multiplied by 100.
I can't believe how that damn guy endured all this explosion.
Meanwhile, in the king's palace of everything was Zeno-sama.
So Daishinken is having problems. Apparently, if I have to fight, it's time to access my combat form.
Zeno-sama's guardians approached him.
For the protection of this entire multiverse and the orders of the King of Everything, we give him all our power. With this power, no one will be a match for me.
Zeno-sama began to absorb the power of his guardians. The king of the whole had the ability to give power to their guardians, but also form a single being. At that time, only the 12 universes felt such a tremor. Several timelines that felt that power, including the beings of the forbidden universes.
What the hell happens now? Why is everything shaking and this pressure in the air from who is it?
The power of the great Zeno-sama. I can't believe it. If he has transformed, that means he comes immediately. If I don't finish off these Saiyans, he'll exterminate me.
Daishinken would go on the attack.
I have to finish you now. I must not die at the hands of the King of Everything.
Goku would go Ultra Instinct Phase 3 Heavenly, but even with that power, he was no match for Daishinken. However, this was not his purpose. Goku wanted to give him a strong blow to merge with Vegeta.
Get this! All Saiyan King Eliminator attack!
The sound of a dragon resounded through that universe, and an immense dragon emerged from Goku's fist. Daishinken was trying to stop it even with his own body, but it was impossible. The condensed power was overwhelming. Goku would communicate telepathically with Vegeta.
Vegeta, put on a Potara earring. Zeno-sama's approaching at an incredible speed, and even if we fight together, we'll be no match for him.
You're just messing, your Kakarot. Get away from that dam. Let's merge.
Goku managed to hit him by sending him flying at the beginning of Universe 7. At that moment, in the distance, Daishinken would observe how a light illuminated the entire immense universe, and a power that did not lose against that of Zeno-sama would be present.
But now what happens? That power is as big as mine. Who is the new guy that has appeared? It easily obscures the presence of Daishinken.
Daishinken would arrive at the battle site observing an imposing new warrior.
Who the hell are you?
I'm the fusion of Kakaroto and Vegeta, and I am in charge of killing you.
Vegeta would not trust himself and would go Ultra Instinct with maximum power, even combining Vegeta's Ultra Ego with which, with just 3 simple blows, he cut off the flow of energy to Daishinken.
What the hell did you do to me? I can't release my power.
I have sealed your main ki veins. You'll not be able to increase your power unless you fix said ki paths. Daishinken will launch himself furiously at Vegito. However, this was an extremely incredible speed that would give such a great blow which would make him writhe in pain. I never wanted to kill you, priest, but if Zeno-sama arrives and the two of them fight against me, it would be a big problem. Now you're not an opponent for me. Daishinken tried to give him a powerful blow, but at that moment, Vegeta would teleport behind him, going through his entire mouth with a strong blow, causing Daishinken to fall to the brink of death. This is your end. You should have never have sided with that evil Zeno-sama. Death. Big Bang Kamehameha! Increase 100 times! Vegeto's attack was so powerful that even Zeno-sama, who was about to arrive in approximately 5 minutes, was able to observe such a detonation. Goten, Trunks, get out of this place. The battle that's coming is on another level and I don't want you to get involved. Goten and Trunks would pay attention, Going to planet Earth, Vegito would launch a sphere of ki to the planet, protecting it from all outside attacks. At that moment, Zeno-sama would arrive on the battlefield.
So you are the dark fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Those damn monkeys are always causing problems. But for now, I will kill all of you. Simple, thoughtless apes.
Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Universes, the only 4 overgods left alive were surprised by the power that the said other universes battle was taking place.
The power of that fusion is at my 95% power. It's incredible. I can't believe it.
It can't be true, my lord. You're the descendant of the great Yamoshi.
But it is. They're not beings that I can see below my shoulder.
Returning to the battlefield, both warriors were staring at each other, and they were about to start a great battle that would decide everything in those 12 universes. But what they did not know was that an even more powerful warrior was stalking them. A battle never seen before was about to begin. That's right, the battle of the most powerful beings of those multiverses was about to begin. However, from the shadows, the ancient god of death was watching them. That's right, the god had left the Forbidden Universes because he wanted to end with the being that could bring him a problem in the future.
I will wait until both are out of energy and on the verge of death, and at that moment, I will annihilate both of them.
At that precise moment, a crack would begin that caused the entire universe. That's right, the clash of their fists had begun, causing everything around them to be destroyed, with the exception of the planet Earth. The power of Vegito was so much that even withstood all that. Surprised with the powerful Broly and Susanoo, both subjects were very surprised to feel their clash of fists to their universes.
The power of both guys is so much that they even make my castle to be destroyed. I find this unbelievable.
My lord, don't you think it'd be better if we went to that place?
You're right. It's the wisest thing to do.
But at that moment, they felt the power of Susanoo rise to the maximum. Broly a little surprised since the ancient god Susanoo was a peaceful being, and in the same way he was in the limits of the universe, Daiku and Broly would get going. Returning to the battle, Vegito and Zeno-sama was very evenly matched. That is, being a negative entity, his body was able to store much more power of darkness. Meanwhile, inside the body of Vegito, the voice of Zeno-sama could be heard.
Vegito, being part of the consciousness of my friend Goku, I'm able to communicate with you. You must quickly finish with that guy and run away, because there's much more powerful being that's stalking you.
Are you sure of what you're telling me, Zeno-sama? I don't feel any evil presence.
Trust me, it's a being that even surpasses the power of my counterpart.
Vegito at that moment would be a little worried, because if a being that powerful surpassed his counterpart, was stalking them, then it'd be something to fear. At that moment, Vegito began to take the battle much more seriously and try not to spend so much energy. Meanwhile, in the limits of the universe was Susanoo, and at that moment, Broly and Deku arrived.
Second most powerful god Susanoo, what the hell's going on? Why is the sudden increase in your power?
We've been deceived by that damn Ryota.
I don't understand you. Explain yourself.
The ancient god of death. That being was able to kill Yamoshi. The most powerful Saiyan known to date has been released.
But how is that possible? Are you sure of what you're affirming?
Susanoo at that moment would indicate a ruins, which only 2 beings were able to invoke them. The ancient Saiyan god Yamoshi and the ancient god of death, Psyche. Broly at that moment felt a chill go through his body.
But I don't understand why you expelled your power like that.
We have been sealed in these multiverses. The ancient god of death considers the Saiyan that's fighting with the king of everything a megaversal danger. You've deduced it in an excellent way, so that we do not interfere. He has sealed us in these universes.
Even though I'm an ancient god, I am Broly, the Super Saiyan legendary god. My power is unlimited. I'll destroy these useless barriers.
Broly at that moment would begin to increase his power in an overwhelming way. Meanwhile, with Vegito and Zeno-sama, the battle was reaching its climax, so he, Vegito's power, was overcoming him little by little. Zeno-sama, not having so much experience in combat, did not control the wear of energy. At that moment, Vegito would use a little more of his power since he wanted to finish him quickly. Vegito would use techniques of murder, which Susanoo taught him, leaving Zeno-sama very wounded. After approximately 25 minutes of battle, Zeno-sama had already lost more than half of all his power. Vegito was about to end the life of Zeno-sama, but at that moment a murderous aura would fall all over that place. That's right, the power of Psyche had appeared and an array of energy would end with Zeno-sama. However, his attack had been special, as it turned out that he turned him into simple dust, leaving no trace of its existence. Vegito, run away! Run away! You don't stand a chance against that guy! Vegito at an impressive speed would begin to move across the universe.
You think you can run away from me, the ancient god of death? Don't be pathetic.
Psyche in only 2 seconds was able to reach Vegito, who would be surprised by the speed of that guy.
Don't you value your life? You should have run farther. Now I'll end your life.
Vegito, no matter what, would get into a battle pose. That's right, his body was not able to take the initiative to finish, since the aura of that guy in front of him looked like that of a giant, which stole all his power.
What the hell are you? I can't believe that there's someone with power like yours.
Psyche at that moment would begin to approach Vegito, who had his guard ready. However, he was not able to observe the 1,000 blows that Psyche gave him in a matter of seconds. Psyche, with a strong kick, would send him to crash into a planet.
My name's Psyche, and I'm the ancient god of death of the Forbidden Universes. My son Ryota, or rather was, since I made him part of my power, but he was able to be part of that being that'll rule everything. And finally, I'll be able to finish with the cursed descendants of Yamoshi. I have the necessary power to finish with Broly.
Psyche at that moment would begin to massacre Vegito, who was not able to do anything to him. Vegito in a moment was able to give him a blow. However, at that moment of touching his aura, his bones would sound, making contact with the pressure of that subject. The spirit of Vegito was strong, being the fusion of the most powerful Saiyans of all universes, but even the spirit of Vegito was being torn to pieces. That's right, he couldn't understand the massive energy that was in front of him returning to the Forbidden Universe. The veins of Broly's body seemed to explode. That's right, his power was increasing to incredible levels, being able to crack some of his barriers. Broly was about to reach his limit. However, at that very moment, in his mind, he was able to observe his ancestor Yamoshi.
My son, my offspring, you have enough power to be able to destroy those barriers, and you're not alone. I trust you with my power.
At that moment, Broly's power would be restored almost immediately. And that was not all, since the power of Ultra Instinct had reached a new level. That's right, the power that it gave off was amazing. Broly, with a loud scream, had been able to destroy all the barriers that Psyche had placed in the universe. Broly and Susanoo began to fly at a high speed towards the great battle. Deku would stay in their universes because his power was not enough to help in this battle. The speed of both subjects was so fast that it even distorted the realities themselves. At that moment, they were able to reach the battlefield. They'd be surprised since they were able to observe the imposing warrior who was able to defeat all the supreme gods together. He was totally slaughtered on the ground and on the verge of death.
It seems to me that the son of the cursed Yamoshi has the little potential. I can see that you're able to destroy mana energy capabilities.
Broly at that moment would throw him a furtive blow which would send Psyche flying hundreds of meters through the universe. Broly would quickly take Vegito, throwing him to Susanoo. At that moment, Susanoo, with one of his divine techniques, would be able to make Vegito recover from all his wounds. But in the same way, at that moment, the fusion would end. The power Vegito had used had surpassed the power of his earrings.
How can we defeat that guy? He was able to even humiliate Vegito.
Vegeta didn't say anything since he was terrified. That's right, Vegeta was the one who had suffered a trauma, knowing that this guy was even more powerful than evil Zeno-sama, not being able to move a single finger.
You're right, the power of that guy is incredible, but if we don't defeat him now, no one will be able to do it, and he'll destroy everything in existence. We can't allow that! We'll finish with the existence of that damned...
Broly and Psyche were a little evenly matched, but what Broly didn't know was that Psyche was only using 40% of all his power. That's right, 40% was more than enough to have a battle with Broly, the most powerful being known up to that moment.
Goku, my friend, there's a last hope for you to be able to end the life of this guy, but it's very risky.
I don't care which one it is. As long as I'm able to end the life of that bastard, I can't allow him to destroy everything you've built.
If things get complicated, I'll let you know telepathically. I have faith that between the four of us, we'll be able to defeat him.
And at that moment, Goku would pass through Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct with the power of Zeno-sama. This one would throw a small sphere of energy to Vegeta, which was a part of the power of Zeno-sama.
I, the Prince of the Saiyans, and I'll let this cursed one kill my son Trunks. I plan to destroy him right here, even if it's my turn to sacrifice myself.
Vegeta would go Ultra Ego Phase 3 with Susanoo, would increase his power to the maximum. The moment all would be launched against Psyche, which to everyone's surprise would begin to dodge their blows in an incredible way. From one moment to another, to each of them, and would give them a great blow, without thinking twice would throw them a large sphere of energy, which would explode, leaving them with some wounds.
No matter how many ants unite to defeat me, they'll never be able to defeat a dinosaur like me. My power is much greater than theirs.
No matter how many ants we are, if all these ants unite, they could kill a dinosaur like you.
I'll finish with one of your hopes, until the only thing you feel is terror.
Psyche at that moment increased his power to 55% of all his power, being able to put all the warriors in great trouble. That's right, his power had grown in an overwhelming way that had been completely overcome.
The power of this guy is really another level. His power is not able to be compared to anything or anyone. I have used all my assassination techniques, and none of them have had any effect. It's as if his body had received much more lethal attacks than the ones I'm granting him.
Psyche at that moment would get tired of games, starting to leave each one of the present ones out of combat. At that moment, he would leave Goku out of combat, and this one in his mind would observe Zeno-sama.
Zed-chan, what happened?
They've been defeated. Are you ready to use the last method?
That's right, I'm ready.
With this method, I don't know if your ki veins will explode since it's a power beyond anything known.
If I'm going to save you all, I don't care.
As king of all, I grant the omnipotent power to this mortal named Goku. Omnipotent seal activated.
Goku at that moment would stand up and begin to increase his power in such an amazing way that it seemed his power had no limit. Son Goku's body was releasing an incredible energy. That's right, his body would begin to glow, leading everyone surprised by the power that Son Goku was reaching. However, Psyche would not give so much importance because compared to his power, it was still not enough. Psyche at that time would begin to walk towards Vegeta. That's right, because he had planned to annihilate him, but not before torturing him.
Stop, 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 damn dent!
That's right, Son Goku's body was taking an impressive form. With a loud scream, Goku would make Psyche retreat with a sonic wave. That seemed like the roar of a beast. Son Goku's appearance had changed. That's right, his power had increased in a great way, but the greatest change was his appearance, since the upper part of his whole body had a shiny silver fur, which made him look like a celestial and angelic being. That's right, Son Goku's power had transcended to what goes beyond a king at all. He had been able to reach the omnipotence.
I don't know what the hell happened to you, but just because you've grown a little more fur on your body won't change anything.
That's what you think! Now I'm called Son Goku, the Z-Angel!
Psyche would take a few steps back because many millions of years ago, the legend had been told that reaching the power of an Angel Z was impossible. The Angel Z had the ability to destroy anything and create anything he wished.
Don't say stupid things, that's impossible for someone like you.
I don't care if you believe me, I'll finish you right now!
Goku in a few milliseconds was able to give him hundreds of blows, which left Psyche badly wounded. In a moment, Goku began to hit him using only his tail. That's right, this time Goku's power had surpassed Psyche by dozens of times.
I have millions of years more than you, so I have much more experience. Let's see what you think about this.
Saiki at that moment would increase his power in such a way that in the same way the whole universe would begin to tremble. However, Goku would increase his level to the same level as his opponent to counteract the massive destruction.
No matter what you do, this moment will be the day of your death, so you better be prepared.
At that moment that Saiki had finished increasing his power, he would launch himself to attack the guy that would be surprised. And Saiki was not the only one. All the others would be equally surprised when observing Goku in the same place. That's right, not even with his hidden power, he was able to confront him, since Goku had stopped his fist with his tail.
Damn it! This can't be happening. You're a mere mortal. You even ended your son's life. You only care about yourself while I bear the responsibility of this whole multiverse. That's why I'm not allowed to lose.
Goku at that moment would begin to massacre Saiki, who on this occasion was the one who could not do anything.
I can't believe that Kakarot's power had increased to that level. The power he possesses is impressive, but what he said is true. His ki veins will explode, since the omnipotent power of Angel Z is impossible to withstand. You're wrong. The power he can be supported. The impossible thing is to activate it. He should have sacrificed everything, because if he had that power before, he would not have hesitated to use it. Kakarot, you're the most powerful warrior I've ever known, so I'm sure you won't die. I trust you, Kakarot!
Goku and Saiki would continue exchanging blows, which Saiki was getting used to Goku's fighting style with each passing moment of the battle.
Damn it! This bastard is starting to get used to this power. After all, he must be considered a being of immense power.
What's wrong, Saiyan? Have you run out of energy reserves?
That'd be impossible since Angel Z possesses unlimited power.
Goku would increase his power again, but this time many of his bones would thunder. That's right, some of his bones were broken. Goku, without caring, would begin to give him the most powerful blows he could, since he knew that he could not maintain the power of Angel Z for much longer. After 7 minutes of battle, Goku would begin to charge a powerful attack which would define the battle. And in the same way, Saiki would begin to charge a great attack.
Receive this! This attack carries all the hope of the universe! Galactic Fury!
No matter what you say or do, your power is insufficient to defeat me! Destroyer of gods!
Both attacks began to collide, destroying the planets around them. That is, the only planet that was still safe was planet Earth, because when Goku activated the power of Angel Z, he had given a great part of his power to the planet he wanted to protect. After a few moments, the attacks had exploded, and when a great curtain of smoke and fire was formed, Goku would charge all the energy he had left in a last blow. That's right, Goku would execute his formidable dragon attack, which Saiki, not being prepared, would be caught imminently.
I'll not die!
Saiki, in spite of being destroyed by that great attack, was putting up resistance. Goku would send all that was left of energy returning at that moment to its base state, and being out of combat, the great dragon to receive the remaining energy of Son Goku became immense, being able to destroy that subject. That moment, everything around him was wrapped in flames and thunder, as the attack had been devastating. It's right after that moment, Vegito would approach where Goku was, giving him some of his energy, but he didn't react. In that case, Vegeta would take Goku in his arms.
If you could please gather the Super Dragon Balls and restore all the universe, I'll stay with Kakarot.
Both Supreme Gods would do what the Prince of the Saiyans had asked. After a few hours, everything destroyed by the evil Zeno-sama until the battle that had ended had been restored.
No matter how long it takes, I'll be with you, you damn insect.
After a few moments, all the gods would gather at the palace of Zeno-sama, bowing to Vegeta. At that moment, Beerus would step forward.
We are sorry for everything that's happened. The mind control of the King of Everything was so powerful that it made us do things that we didn't want to do.
That's no longer important, but I want you to train and become the most powerful gods of all the multiverses in existence.
As you command, Vegeta-sama. All the gods would go to their respective universes and would begin to train, since one of the new kings of everything had ordered it. It had already been approximately 10 years since that great battle, in which the gods were compared to the power of the supreme gods. Broly, as well as Susanoo, had returned to observe how Goku was doing, who did not give any answer. Vegeta at that time would continue with his training, being able to reach the powerful Super Saiyan Phase 4, and in his most powerful transformation, he was able to combine his Ultra Ego Doctrine with Phase 4.
Kakarot, I want you to wake up and see how powerful I've become.
At that moment, an incredible power would be felt in the back of Vegeta, who would be surprised since that power seemed that even surprised him.
You're right, you've become much more powerful, but I doubt very much that you'd be able to surpass me. Damn insect, until you wake up.
At that very moment, both Saiyans would begin a great battle that would shake the 12 universes, even the universes of the Forbidden Universes.
Until finally the day has come. Son Goku is awakened.
Broly and Susanoo had quickly headed towards where the great battle was coming from. By the time they'd arrived, they had both able to observe all the gods who were surprised.
Son Goku has finally awakened, but his power is amazing. I thought that being unconscious for so many years, his power would diminish. Well, apparently we were all wrong, Mr. Beerus, because Mr. Goku's power is much more powerful than Mr. Vegeta's. Or on this occasion, I should call them the kings of everything.
Both Saiyans would continue exchanging blows, and no clear winner could be observed.
Vegeta, you've become very powerful. I don't know what happened all this time, but you're an excellent ruler. You don't have to remind me, I'm the prince of the Saiyans. Obviously, I'll be an excellent ruler.
The battle of both the Saiyans would last approximately 2 more hours, in which both supreme gods would create powerful barriers, so that nothing of their exterior would be destroyed.
It's time to finish the battle. I agree with you, insect.
Both Saiyans at that precise moment flew at their maximum speed, one against the other, giving each other a furtive blow which would be able to knock them both out of combat.
Well, it looks like this has ended in a draw. I didn't think Mr. Goku would be able to match the power of the king of all Vegeta, who has trained ever since Mr. Goku was knocked out in that battle.
After a few hours, Goku and Vegeta would wake up and begin to talk about everything that had happened and how their energy veins were recovering from the time they had been out of combat.
Mr. Goku, I sincerely apologize for everything that's happened when we were manipulated. Don't worry, Whis. I knew you guys weren't capable of doing that to us without being manipulated. Mr. Goku, don't you want to go to Earth? That's right, Whis. At this very moment, I was planning to go.
Don't rush, insect. I want to go too.
Goku and Vegeta would arrive with teleportation, leaving everyone surprised by the presence of Goku. At that moment, Chi-Chi would approach Goku.
My Goku! After so many years, you've returned. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, for making you wait so long. Father, I knew you would wake up. I never gave up hope.
Goku at that moment would begin to tell everything that had happened to his friends, who would understand everything that had happened in all that time.
Kakarot, you missed something very important. We're now the kings of everything.
Goku could be very surprised by what Vegeta said.
That's right, my friend Goku. I would love for you and Vegeta to be the new kings of everything, because you'll be excellent rulers. I trust you.
If that's what your request is, Zen-chan, I'll fulfill it, so don't worry.
Thank you, my friend Goku.
Goku and Vegeta would begin to have a great feast. That's right, Bulma had prepared one of the best meals for Goku and Vegeta. At that moment, Gotenks would arrive. That's right, Goten and Trunks had merged and would access the Ultra Instinct Phase 3.
Dad, this is our power! I'm very proud of you.
At the end of everything, both Saiyans would return to the Palace of the Whole since they had to control all the 12 universes and become much more powerful for some multiversal level threat.
Are you ready, Vegeta, to be the new kings of everything?
That's right. I'm always ready for everything.
It was a normal day in the life of the inhabitants of planet Earth. People were eating in restaurants, walking with their families. There were children playing when suddenly a giant lightning bolt was seen in the sky that caused a strong movement throughout the Earth's surface. Buildings collapsed. People could not stand up. Windows exploded. All this resulted in car accidents and injuries. At the moment, a child was going to be pierced by a giant glass that fell from a building. Very close by, we see how a being that we cannot distinguish who it is flies through the skies at great speed, rescuing people who were in danger due to the strong movement. At the precise moment when the child was about to die, that being rescues him, seeing how a huge piece of glass explodes against the ground. We see how this hooded being stands up from behind, revealing that it was none other than Goku, who had been hidden for a long time because Daishinken and the angels wanted to see him dead. Goku, with a different appearance than the one we all know, after rescuing the boy, is amazed by the energy that emerges from the earth to the sky. We can see how Vegeta arrives at the place where Goku is together with the Z Warriors, who were still saving people from the disaster. Vegeta looks at Goku face to face and says, "Kakarot, insect, where have you been all this time?" At that moment, Gohan and Goten arrive and tell him,
Dad, where have you been?
"What happened to you, father?" All this happened while Piccolo, Krillin, Trunks, and Android 18 were rescuing the people affected by the movement. After having finished saving them, they arrive to where they are reunited with Goku and look at him very surprised. In a head-to-toe scan, we can see Goku's face very emaciated, with wounds and pronounced cheekbones because he had not tasted any kind of food for a long time. At that moment, we go back in time about 20 years ago. We see how Goku and his son Goten are walking together in the forest. Goku, talking to his son, says,
Hey, Goten, are you ready to fish today?
To which Goten replies,
Yes, Dad. Will you show me the fastest way to catch them?
Goku, happy for his son's enthusiasm, replies,
Of course, Goten, but this time I'm going to try something different. Watch this.
Goku dives into the water and after a short time comes out with a big jump with a huge fish moving on his hands. Goten, very surprised, says to his father,
Wow, Dad, how did you do that?
Goku, showing a very happy expression, says,
When I was little like you, Goten, I had to find my own food in order to live. You should try to give it a try.
Goten, very excited, says to his father,
I'll try.
And so Goten dives into the water to the joyful sight of his father, to which, on the first attempt, Goten fails to catch any fish. Seeing Goten's sad face, Goku encourages his son, saying,
Don't worry, Goten. It's a matter of practice and patience. The key is to be quick and not scare the fish.
So Goten dives in again, but this time it takes a long time to come out. When suddenly Goku feels a very powerful key very close to where he was. Because of this, Goku worried about his son's dives in search of him. Once in the water, he sees Goten fainted and next to him a very strange artifact. Goku, worried about the state in which he found his son, swims to rescue him. At the moment, he was about to lift his son in his arms, ready to go to the surface, the strange artifact begins to emit a very sharp sound that only Goku hears. Wu, with a face of confusion and pain, tries to lift his son, but suddenly the artifact comes off the ground and permeates his chest. Once on his chest, the artifact stops emitting that strange sound and Goku stops feeling the ki of a moment ago. Goku does not take importance to what had happened to him and worried about his son. He lifts him up to get him out of the water. Once outside, Goku puts his son on the ground to revive him, but suddenly an unknown being appeared to him. This being had a greenish coat, blue hair with black tips, and it was a very strange appearance. But it did not seem to be something real. It looked like an illusion. Goku, upon realizing this being, became alert and put his son in good protection. After that, addressing the being, he asks him,
Who are you? What do you want here?
This being, without uttering a word, rushes at high speed towards Goku, who in an act of reflex manages to dodge the first blow. But the speed of the stranger exceeds him by far. Because of that, after dodging the first blow, the unknown being lunges with a kick to the head, which Goku barely manages to block, leaving his stomach exposed, where he takes the opportunity to impact a direct punch, automatically leaving Goku out of air, and thus returns to lunge with a blow to the nape of the neck. Goku, when he was about to lose consciousness, hears a voice in the distance that says, "Apparently this is my best guest that could touch me," saying this in a sarcastic way. "I hope my colleagues are in good condition." After hearing these words, Goku faints. A few minutes after the fleeting confrontation, Goku regains consciousness and realizing that the unknown being was no longer in the place, he looks for Goten, and when he finds him, he begins to unexpectedly and repeatedly call his name to make him react. Seeing that calling him had no effect, he feels his breathing and notices that he was almost not breathing. He creates an energy sphere in his hand and places it on Goten's chest. Once Goten revives the energy from his father, he reacts and spurts water from his mouth. Goten, with a puzzled expression, asks his father what had happened, to which Goku says, "I have the same question for you. What happened?" Goten tells him that at the precise moment he was about to capture the fish, he felt attracted to the artifact, which also tried to impregnate in his chest. At the time, Goten felt a strong source of energy that ran through every part of his body, which was very difficult to control, and felt how that strange energy weakened him until he lost consciousness and fainted. Goku had his thoughts, and that he also felt the same strange and very powerful energy running through his body, and worried about his son, asked him if he still felt that energy inside him. Goku calmly and a little puzzled told him no, that he only felt that when the artifact was trying to permeate him. While this was happening on Earth, Whis and Beerus went to the Kingdom of Everything to talk to Daishaken, since they had noticed him very tense and worried. Once they were already in the Kingdom of Everything, Daishaken appears with a very serious expression, while Whis and Beerus bow to him to show respect. Daishaken, relieved to see that Whis and Beerus were with him, tells them something very strange and dangerous is about to happen. Whis, with a puzzled expression, asks, "What is it, father? We'd noticed a certain tension in the air as we reached the realm of the whole." Beerus, yawning without realizing the seriousness of the fright, says to him, "Trouble again? What could be so dangerous to make Daishaken so worried?" "Serious? And worried, the High Priest?" To which Daishaken replies,
Yes, I'm afraid so. A powerful entity has resurfaced, once we have not faced in a long time.
Whis, with a very serious expression, says to him, "An unknown entity? Could it be one of the beings we left sealed away long ago?"
It is possible, Whis. Its energies are as dark as they are disconcerting. I cannot identify the source with certainty, but its power is overwhelming.
Beerus, frowning, says, "Why should I worry about it? If it's that strong, I'll go and destroy it." Daishaken, with a very serious expression, explains,
It's not that simple, Lord Beerus. This entity seems to have the ability to change even the most ancient gods. We cannot underestimate it.
Whis thoughtfully asks his father, "How do you suggest we deal with this situation, father?"
We need to gather information before we act rashly. Whis, Beerus, I trust you with the task of investigating. Find out all you can about this entity and any weaknesses he may have.
Beerus, smiling confidently, exclaimed, "Good, good. A little action won't hurt." Nodding, Whis replies, "We will be on our way, Daishaken, but be aware that if this entity threatens our universe, we will not hesitate to take drastic measures."
I understand, Whis. May wisdom guide your actions, and may you return with the information we need.
After that conversation, Whis and Beerus depart for the hitherto unknown destination, while Daishaken watches with concern, aware of the gravity of the situation looming in the realm of everything. As they were on their way back to Earth to ask for Goku and Vegeta's help, Whis recalls that when they were on their way to the realm of everything, he sensed a very strong and dangerous ki on planet Earth. Halfway through his quest in the universe, he stops and, confused, Beerus says to Whis, "What's wrong? Why are you stopping?" Whis, very serene, says to Beerus, "Oh, my dear Lord Beerus, it turns out on our way to the realm of everything, I detected a rather intriguing presence." Yawning, Beerus asks,
A mysterious entity. We didn't need to get any of what Daishaken told us.
Whis, with a nervous smile, replies, "Don't worry, Mr. Beerus. This time it doesn't seem to be a direct threat. I just felt a fleeting flash of power, something that crossed our path." Beerus frowns at Whis.
And you didn't give it any importance? Isn't that what Daishaken was talking about?
"Well, the truth is, I didn't consider it an immediate threat. It was like a flash of power energy, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. It didn't seem to have any hostile intentions." Beerus, thinking about the situation, asks,
So what shall we do then? Does Daishaken want us to investigate something like this?
"Yes, but I think the best option is to go ahead with our main mission, to find out what the entity has surfaced. The fleeting presence may be a mere detail compared to what awaits us." So Whis and Beerus went on their way through the universe, looking for the entity Daishaken mentioned without giving so much importance to what happened on Earth. Back on Earth, the precise moment Goku rescued his son Goten, Goku, confused by what had happened to his son and the strange artifact that had impregnated in his chest, told Goten, "Let's go home immediately." As they flew on their way home, Goku tries to sense Vegeta's ki so he could teleport with him, as soon as he left his son with his mother Chi-Chi. At that moment, we see how Vegeta was already gathered by the Z Warriors, Krillin, Android 18, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Chaos, Gohan, Future Trunks, and Master Roshi, who were talking about the strong and dark energy they had felt. Goku and Goten arrive home, and his mother, worried because they had taken a long time to return, runs to Goten and says, "Goten, son, are you alright?" To which Goten replies, "Don't worry, Mom, we're fine." Chi-Chi raises her head to Goku and notices that he's very serious. She lowers her gaze a little and notices the strange artifact he had on his chest. Chi-Chi asks him, "Goku, what's that you have there? Are you alright?" Goku immediately changes his expression with a fake smile reply. "Oh, don't worry, it's nothing important." Chi-Chi in a very insistent way, "Goku, don't fool me, what happened?" "This thing I have on my chest. This very strange artifact I have on my chest. Well, it's a strange artifact, but I'm fine, really. I'm going to find out what it is and we'll get on with our lives." Chi-Chi, worried about Goku, hugs him and says, "Promise me you'll come back, Goku." To which Goku, with a smile, answers her yes. While he was about to make the teleportation, Goku says goodbye, saying to Goten, "Take care of your mother. I'll be right back." He teleports. Moments before Goku arrived to meeting the Z Warriors, as they were at Bulma's house, they were talking about what they had felt a moment ago. Vegeta, with a very serious expression, asks, "Did anyone else feel that dark energy? I can't identify it, but it's disturbing." Piccolo, frowning, replies, "Yes, I felt it. It's as if it disappeared immediately as soon as we felt it. Something's not right." Gohan, very worried, says, "Dad, Goten are with my mother. We should look for them." At that moment, Goku appears in front of them through teleportation and says very seriously, "Guys, I felt a strange presence. Something happened with Goten, but I rescued him." Piccolo, analyzing everything that happened, notices something strange on Goku's body and asks him, "Goku, what's that artifact on your chest?" "That's what I want to find out. But before that, I need to tell you something." To everyone's expectant and uncertain gaze, he says, "The strange energy you felt came from this artifact in my chest." Vegeta frowns and asks, "How's it possible? Does that device emit that energy?" Goku, somewhat worried, nods and says, "It seems so. The moment I rescued Goten, this artifact permeated my chest, and I began to feel an incredible amount of pressure coursing through every part of my body." Piccolo, thinking about everything Goku was telling them, asks, "And how did it get in your chest?" "The artifact was underwater right next to Goten, who had fainted. As soon as I was approaching it, it emitted a very sharp sound that didn't allow me to get close to Goten. Despite that, I managed to get close, and out of nowhere, it jumped in front of my chest to stay there. After everything that had happened with Goten, I tried to take it off, but when I did it again, it came back to permeate my chest. We must find out what this artifact is and why it has such a great amount of power. I'm counting on you." Vegeta, determined, says, "Let's do it. We won't let any threat catch us off guard." Future Trunks earnestly tells everyone, "I agree. Together, we'll figure out what's going on." Goku thanks all his friends for the support they were giving him, but at that moment he changes his joyful expression to one of seriousness, as he remembered what had happened just before he lost consciousness. Gohan, noticing the sudden change in his father's expression, asks him, "Dad, what's wrong? Is there anything else you must tell us?" Vegeta adds, "Insect, you're not hiding anything from us, are you?" Goku remembered what had happened at that moment. With an expression of concern and anguish, he tells them about the fight he had with an unknown being, which exceeds his strength by far. And he remembers that the entity mentioned that he had colleagues that he had hoped would be alright. Piccolo, with fear but serene, says to Goku, "Are you sure of what you're saying? For what you are telling us is very dangerous. If he surpasses your strength by far, in that case we wouldn't stand a chance against him. We'd be a hindrance rather than a support, Goku." Goku, after hearing that, tells him what he felt in the confrontation. The moment the unknown being appeared, I felt the same amount and type of power, and the dark ki that ran through my body as the strange artifact permeated my chest. As soon as Goku finished telling what had happened, as soon as he got out of the water, Piccolo came up with an idea. It wasn't that far-fetched, but he could explain what the strange artifact was and why he was facing the unknown being. Piccolo, observing the artifact, turns to Goku saying, "This looks familiar. It may be like a containment urn, like the ones we used at the Mafuba to seal powerful beings." Surprised Goku, "Really, Piccolo? Do you think this could be something like that?" Krillin, looking at the artifact, "An artifact like this one, used with the Mafuba on Goku's chest. Since when did battles become so complicated?" "There's always something new with you, Saiyans." Master Roshi, somewhat excited, but at the same time serious, exclaimed,
Ah, Mafuba! I remember when we sealed King Piccolo with that. Do you think Goku has such a strong enemy inside?
Future Trunks, analyzing what had happened, says,
It makes sense. The Mafuba urns are powerful devices to contain evil energies. Could this artifact have sealed something?
I don't care if it's from the Mafuba or anywhere else. I just want to know how to get rid of this thing once and for all. It's a possibility. The urns we use to keep very strong enemies under control, but why did it attach yourself to Goku?
I'm not sure, but what I do know is that this energy is linked to a very powerful entity.
Whatever it is, if it's linked to that artifact, we cannot underestimate it. So, what do you plan to do, Kakarot? At that moment, the Kaioken of the North telepathically communicates with Goku to tell him that he had information about the powerful energy that they felt, and the mysterious artifact that permeated his chest. Kaioken tells him to get to his planet quickly.
First, we need information. Kaio-sama has information about this artifact and the being that might be inside it. We must go to Kaio-sama so we can find out what we're dealing with.
Vegeta nods and Goku continues.
Exactly, but first, I need your help. If there are any more entities like this, the Earth could be in danger. And with this connection to the artifact, I could put them at risk. Therefore, I'll only go to Kaio-sama to get the information to get rid of this artifact.
Kakarot, don't even think that you'll do this alone. I'll go with you, insect. I can't accept that you become stronger than me. Goku accepts and asks him to put his hand on his shoulder. Once Goku and Vegeta left, the Z Warriors sensed unknown presences on the planet, so they split into groups and flew off at high speed to go investigate. With the re-evaluation that the artifact at Goku's chest might be like a containment urn, similar to those used in Mafuba, the Z Warriors faced an increasingly complex and dangerous situation. Uncertainty about what such an artifact contains and how it is connected to the mysterious dark energy fills them with worry. While Goku and Vegeta were to where Kaio-sama and the Z Warriors went to investigate the unknown presences they had detected in space, Whis and Beerus, after having traversed much of space, felt a strong amount of dark energy, so they immediately head to where it was. As they are about to reach the source of the dark energy, the pressure in the air becomes more intense as they get closer, and the unknown entity awaits their arrival. Why do I feel like this is going to be more complicated than we thought?
Mr. Beerus, the information we gain here could be crucial to understanding the threat we face on Earth.
The unknown entity, surrounded by a dark aura, reveals itself in front of Whis and Beerus. Its presence is overwhelming and a sinister laugh echoes in space. Unknown entity mockingly welcomes them, saying, I expected your arrival. You took longer than I expected. Do not underestimate the gods. We're here to stop any threat that endangers our universe.
Before any confrontation, can you tell us who you are and what you're doing here?
Oh, that's funny. I'm known as Ryuk, disciple of the Devourer of Worlds. I have come to free the Master, the most powerful being who ever lived. The expression on Whis' and Beerus' faces become much more serious upon hearing Ryuku's name. Ryuk, that name rings a bell.
Ryuk is an ancient threat, Lord Beerus. His master, he and the other disciples were sealed away a millennia ago due to his unquenchable thirst for power and destruction.
So it looks like we have a problem. This time it won't be as easy sealing him again. The space fills with palpable tension as Ryuk, surrounded by a dark and malevolent aura, confronts Whis and Beerus. The dark energy emanating from him seems to distort the very fabric of space around him. Problem, you say? You are correct, little god. The Master has been patiently awaiting your release, and now with my arrival, that time has finally come. Beerus moves into combat stance with a determined expression on his face, while Whis remains composed but alert. I have no time for games. If your master is a threat, we'll stop you here and now.
Tell us more about your master. Understanding his motivations might help us find a peaceful solution.
Ryuk chuckles mischievously, revealing his sharp fangs, then disappears in a dark flash before reappearing behind Beerus with astonishing speed. There's nothing they can do to stop the Master's inevitable resurgence, but before that, they could entertain me. The battle begins. Ryuk throws a swift punch towards Beerus, but the Destroyer guy nimbly dodges and responds with an energy punch that Ryuk blocks easily. Meanwhile, Whis watches carefully, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Ryuk's speed is impressive, but Beerus manages to keep up.
They exchange blows and energy blasts in a combat that seems to defy the laws of space itself. Ryuk's dark energy distorts reality around him, making its impact more dangerous and intense. Oh, Beerus, your speed is amazing, but that dark energy is problematic. I suggest you be careful with your movements. Beerus nods as he dodges an enemy attack and counterattacks with an energy wave. Ryuk, undeterred, vanishes and reappears in front of Whis, challenging him to enter the fight.
And you, assistant of the god, will you dare to face me?
Whis smiles serenely and disappears in a flash, only to reappear behind Ryuk. I have no intention of fighting, but if that's what you wish. Before Whis finishes his sentence, Ryuk turns around and launches a fierce attack towards him. Whis, with his extraordinary speed, dodges each blow with grace. Space convulsed with the fury of the cosmic confrontation between Whis, Beerus, and Ryuk. Each move shattered reality itself. As Ryuk's dark energy and the god's divine blast intertwined in a demonstration of opposing forces, Ryuk, his ominous figure shrouded in a dark aura, moved with breathtaking speed. His sinister left echoed through the emptiness of space, challenging the gods who faced him.
This guy's faster than I thought.
As Beerus' words fade away, Ryuk disappears in the blink of an eye and reappears in front of him with a punch charged with dark energy. Beerus manages to block the attack, but the force of impact sends shockwaves through space. Ryuk breaks away from Beerus with a smirk, and in a flash lunges towards Whis. His movements were fluid. Whis, on the other hand, moves gracefully, dodging each blow with the grace of a cosmic dancer. This dark power is intriguing, but it is out of balance. Ryuk, frustrated by Whis' evasive ability, concentrates his dark energy in his hands and launches it as a flare. Whis responds by creating an energy barrier, but the resulting collision sends shockwaves through space, shaking nearby stars. Beerus takes advantage of Ryuk's distraction and lunges at him with a punch charged with divine energy. Ryuk blocks the blow, but the resulting force causes an explosion that creates the ephemeral supernova in the cosmos. The fight continues with unmatched speed. Ryuk demonstrates his skill in anticipating the gods' moves, while Beerus and Whis unleash their divine power to counter the darkness that threatens to engulf them. In a moment of pause, Ryuk grins mischievously and his dark aura begins to intensify. A transformation was underway. The darkness concentrates around his body, forming a sort of dark cocoon that breaks, revealing a transformed figure. Now Ryuk has evolved. His previous form pales in comparison to the manifestation of his current power. His figure has become more imposing, with twisted shadows dancing around him as if they were extensions of his own essence. Sharp fangs glow with dark radiance, and his eyes emit a malevolent light.
Ha ha ha! This is just a glimpse of my true power.
Beerus and Whis exchange a worried glance. The pressure in the air becomes even more intense. Ryuk, now in his transformation form, launches himself towards the gods with outstanding speed. Beerus tries to counterattack with a sphere of divine energy, but Ryuk dodges each projectile with ease, moving through the bursts of light with supernatural agility. Meanwhile, Whis stands in reverse, watching the fight with analytical eyes. In a quick blink, Ryuk appears in front of Beerus and unleashes a series of vicious blows. The sonic sounds of punches and echoes kicked through space as the gods and devourer of worlds, discipled, plunge into a frenzy of combat. Beerus, struggling to keep up with Ryuk's speed, takes a direct punch to the stomach that sends him drifting into space. Before he can recover, however, Ryuk lunges at him and blasts him with a barrage of blows. The situation becomes even more complicated when Ryuk, in a ruthless act, concentrates dark energy in his hand and drives it through Beerus' abdomen. The Destroyer God lets out a roar of pain as darkness spreads from the point of impact. Whis, seeing the stark reality, springs into action. His figure flashes in space as he stands in front of Ryuk, blocking his attacks. I cannot allow you to harm my lord in this way. Whis' divine energy collides with Ryuk's darkness in a show of cosmic power. The battle intensifies and the fate of the universe hangs in the balance as the confrontation between light and darkness reaches its climax. The confrontation between Whis and Ryuk intensified as space became the stage for their fierce cosmic battle. The clash of divine and dark energies echoed in the void of the universe, creating ripples that stretched to the far reaches of space.
You think you can stop me, Whis?
The Master of Divine Martial Arts, Whis, maintained his serene composure as he resisted the onslaught of the Devourer of Worlds disciple. His divine aura glowed brightly, fighting against the darkness that threatened to envelop him. Whis, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a blast of divine energy that forced Ryuk back momentarily. However, the smile on the dark being's face revealed that he was far from giving up. "Ryuk, your quest for power will only lead to destruction." Ryuk, releasing a sinister laugh, launched himself at Whis with renowned furiosity. Each exchange of blows was like a clash of titans, with the fate of the universe hanging in the balance. Meanwhile, Beerus was recovering from the wounds inflicted by Ryuk, watching the battle with critical eyes. The darkness that had pierced his abdomen was beginning to dissipate thanks to divine regeneration, but the experience had left an indelible mark. "This creature's more formidable than I imagined." And determined not to be a mere spectator, Beerus joined the battle with renowned determination. His figure flashed with divine energy that rivaled Whis's, creating a spectacle of light and shadow in space. The three powerful beings engaged in a cosmic dance, with flashes of divine and dark energy illuminating the vastness of the universe. Ryuk, without losing his smirk, took advantage of his transformation to increase his speed and strength, challenging the gods with every move. The combat reached new levels of complexity when Whis, in a flash of cunning, unleashed a divine teleportation technique. He moved at the speed of thought, appearing and disappearing at different points in space, keeping Ryuk on the defensive.
You can't dodge me forever, Whis.
As Whis and Ryuk clashed in space, Beerus focused on channeling his divine energy. The Destroyer God sank into a meditative state, concentrating on unleashing his true power. Beerus' transformation was gradual but impactful. His figure was enveloped in a golden aura, and his eyes shone with the intensity of a star. Divine power flowed through him, manifesting in a form that only the mightiest gods could attain, allowing the grievous wound left by Ryuk to be healed.
It's time to put an end to this.
The reborn Beerus lunged towards Ryuk with unparalleled speed. Each blow he delivered was imbued with overwhelming divine energy. Ryuk, though powerful, was overwhelmed by the onslaught of the Destroyer God. Meanwhile, Whis continued his cosmic ballet, defying the laws of space and time with his speed and agility. Every move was calculated, every blow strategically executed. The battle reached its climax as Beerus and Whis coordinated, combining their attacks to create a symphony of divine energy that enveloped Ryuk. The pressure in the air became almost tangible, and the cosmos itself seemed to rumble with the intensity of the conflict. "Do you have anything to say, Ryuk?" Ryuk, gravely wounded but still defiant, let out a shrill laugh. His figure writhed as the dark energy tried to resist the overwhelming pressure of the gods.
This is not the end, gods. My master will be released, and his darkness will devour all.
Beerus, showing no mercy, unleashed a sphere of concentrated divine energy and hurled it directly at Ryuk. The resulting explosion illuminated the space, dispelling the darkness that had lingered. Silence fell over the space as the gods watched the wreckage of the battle. Ryuk lay motionless, defeated, but not destroyed. His threat had been contained, at least for now.
This is not over. We need to find out more about his master and any threat that may arise.
Whis nodded, sharing the same determination. The reality of the danger that stalked the universe became more apparent, and the gods knew they had to prepare to face even greater challenges. The cosmic explosion that marked the end of the fierce battle dissipated into the vast space, leaving Whis and Beerus floating in momentary tranquility. As they regained their composure, a flash of gold announced the arrival of Daishinkan, the High Priest, who appeared before them with a serene but worried expression.
I see you've dealt with the threat, dear Whis and Beerus.
Yes, Father. Ryuk has been contained, at least for now.
But this isn't the end, is it?
Daishinkan smiled wisely as he held in his hands a strange artifact, a glowing sphere that emanated in an energy like the one they felt during the battle.
This is what I wanted to show you. It's known as the Sphere of Divine Containment, an ancient artifact capable of sealing beings of great power and darkness.
Beerus and Whis watched intently as Daishinkan explained the function of the sphere and how it was used to keep the most dangerous entities in the universe at bay.
This artifact has been kept in safekeeping for eons. It's only brought to light in extreme situations. The dark energy they felt came from one of these sealed entities, released by Ryuk's recklessness.
Whis and Beerus exchanged worried glances as they assimilated the information.
Who are these sealed entities? They are beings from the distant past, fallen gods and creatures whose thirst for power make them uncontrollable. The sphere of divine containment is our safeguard against their resurgence.
So, Ryuk was one of them, and his master?
His master is the Devourer of Worlds, an even more ancient and dangerous being. His release could jeopardize existence itself.
The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air as Daishenka continued to explain the importance of keeping the sphere of divine containment safe and sealing Ryuk again.
Now that Ryuk has been contained, it's crucial that he returns to his place of safekeeping. But we also need to get information from him. We need to know more about the Devourer of Worlds' plans and any threats that may arise.
Beerus, Whis, and Daishenkin shared a determined look. The task was not complete. There is still work to be done.
If interrogating Ryuk could give us answers, we'll do so, but we must proceed with caution.
The information we gathered will be essential to prepare for future threats. Also, we need to reinforce the security of the sphere of divine containment. Daishenkin, with a nod of his head, showed his approval of the god's decision.
Very well. Let us return to the realm of all and set preparations in motion. The safety of the universe depends on us.
The three gods, with the glowing sphere in hand, teleported to the realm of all, ready to confront the shadows of the past and ensure the stability of the universe. The spheres of divine containment, now more than ever, became the beacon of hope amidst the darkness that threatened to emerge. Meanwhile on Earth, the Z warriors, divided into groups, scattered into the sky in the direction of the unknown presences they had sensed on the planet of the northern Kaioken. In the air, they moved at impressive speeds, ready to face any threat that crossed their path. On Kaio-sama's planet, Goku and Vegeta appeared thanks to teleportation, scarring Kaio-sama with serious and determined expressions. Kaio-sama, who was waiting for them, welcomed them with nervous gestures.
Goku, Vegeta, I'm glad you came so quickly. The information I have is crucial.
We need to know what this artifact is and what threat it poses.
We don't have time to waste. What do you know?
Kaio-sama nodded and led the Saiyans to his small home on the planet. Once inside, they unfolded an ancient scroll that revealed information about a mystical artifact known as the Cosmic Core of Containment. He explained that this artifact was used by the ancient gods to seal entities of great evil and power, preventing them from wreaking havoc in the universe.
This artifact is so ancient that there are hardly any records of its creation. It was thought to be lost, but apparently all this time it was hidden on planet Earth.
And how is it supposed to be sealed?
Tell us at once.
Kaio-sama explained that the Cosmic Core of Containment could be opened by a being of great power, but in doing so, the seal would be transferred to the first being it encountered. If the seal was not broken immediately, it would merge with that being, granting it power, but also binding it to the duty of keeping the evil sealed.
And how the heck did it end up in Goku's chest?
That's the puzzling thing. It seems that this artifact shows Goku as its carrier.
Goku, with an expression of astonishment, began to grasp the magnitude of the situation. He was now the bearer of an artifact containing an entity of indescribable evil. So you mean I'm now responsible for keeping this evil under control?
What an honor, Kakarot! It seems you've become the guardian of evil.
But there is something else. The being sealed inside the urn is incredibly powerful. He is known as Bahamut, the Devourer of Worlds. It is an ancient entity that has consumed entire worlds.
The gravity of the situation was reflected on the faces of Goku and Vegeta. Not only did they have to face the mysterious artifact in Goku's chest, but also the dark entity sealed within. Then we have an important task. We must keep Bahamut under control and, at the same time, figure out how to free ourselves from this burden.
Yes, make no mistake, Kakarot. If this threatens Earth, I'll not hesitate to stop you.
Meanwhile on Earth, the Z warriors faced unusual pressure as they prepared for combat. Each group was ready to deal with the entities they had sensed at Bulma's house, which were minions of Bahamut, the Devourer of Worlds. The dark energy surrounding these minions was intense, and the very air seemed to vibrate with their malevolent presence. The group of Krillin, Master Roshi, and Android 18 encountered one of Bahamut's 4 minions standing on the ground, humanoids with a black, malevolent aura. The Z Warriors prepared for the confrontation with Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi, adopting combat stances. In a chaotic dance of dark energy and flickering explosions, the confrontation between the Z Warriors and Bahamut's henchmen unfolded on the cosmic stage of Earth's defense. Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi, 3 warriors of varying experience and skills, faced a dark menace that threatened to plunge the planet into an abyss of destruction. The stage was permeated with a tense atmosphere as the 3 warriors assumed combat stances, ready to defend the Earth against Bahamut's henchmen, a being whose malevolent aura eclipsed even the intensity of the sun. "I don't know who you are, but will not allow you to harm our planet!" Krillin's words echoed in the air, charged with determination. Bahamut's henchman, a humanoid with a black, malevolent aura, advanced with ferocity, launching a dark attack. Krillin, in a display of amazing agility, dodged the attacks, moving like a gust of wind across the battlefield. Kaizen! In the blink of an eye, Krillin created his signature energy disc and launched it towards the henchman. Kaizen spun furiously, cutting through the air as it headed towards its target. However, the henchman displayed unmatched skill as he dodged the spinning attack, moving with an agility that defied comprehension. The henchman counterattacked with a series of dark, swift strikes, but Krillin was unwilling to give up. With precise and quick movements, he blocked most of the attacks, responding with quick and precise counterattacks. The combat dance between Krillin and the henchman painted a picture of speed and skill, where each movement could change the tide of the battle. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, the aged warrior with vast experience in martial arts, watched the confrontation with a knowing smile. He adopted a firm posture, waiting for his moment to intervene. "You've chosen the wrong man to fight. I've seen more battles than you can imagine." As Bahamut's henchmen lunged towards him, Master Roshi moved with unique grace, dodging the attacks with precise movements and counterattacking with a series of energy blasts. The old man's experience and cunning proved to be a formidable challenge for the henchman, who was forced to deploy all his skills to confront the master. On the other hand, Android 18, the android warrior with formidable strength, advanced towards the henchman with determination. Her eyes glowed with an intense blue light as she unleashed her powerful android energy. "Do not underestimate the strength of androids." With a quick wave of his hands, Android 18 launched a wave of energy towards the henchman. The latter, though impressed by the ferocity of the android warrior, showed no signs of recoiling. Instead, it lunged toward her with surprising speed, throwing dark blows that Android 18 dodged with cybernetic agility. The battle between Android 18 and the minion was a display of strength and speed, the bursts of energy lighting up the sky. Both fought with an intensity that could shake the foundations of the universe. Meanwhile, Android 18, a formidable warrior created by Dr. Gero, was ready to demonstrate her immense power. She charged her energy, her body radiating a red glow, and lunged towards the henchman with determination. "Don't underestimate me. I'm stronger than you think." The henchman responded with a sudden surge of his dark aura, unleashing a surge of energy that pushed Android 18 back. The force of the impact created a shockwave, kicking up dust and debris in its wake. The battle was intense. Every move had a purpose and every attack resonated with the Z Warriors' determination to protect their home. Explosions of energy followed one after another, lighting up the battlefield like fireworks in the dark night of space. However, the true magnitude of the threat was yet to be fully revealed. This henchman was only one of 4 sent by Bahamut, and the fate of Earth depended on the ability of the Z Warriors to pass this first test. On the horizon, the other 3 minions awaited their turn, ready to plunge into the fray and test their bravery and skills of Earth's defenders. The intensity of the battle increased with each moment, and while Krillin, Android 18, and Master Roshi fought against the henchmen, other groups of Z Warriors faced similar challenges in different locations around the planet. The fate of the Earth hung in the delicate balance of the unfolding cosmic battle, and each warrior was determined to give everything for the survival of his home. While the first group of warriors were defending Earth, On Kaio-sama's planet in the small house, it was permeated with a tense atmosphere and solemnity as Goku, Vegeta, and Kaio-sama were immersed in the gravity of the situation. The ancient scroll spread out on the table revealed the secrets of an ancient artifact, and the weight now rested on Goku's shoulders.
So you mean I'm now responsible for keeping this evil under control?
The responsibility rested on Goku like a heavy mantle. The cosmic core of containment, that ancestral artifact, had chosen Goku as its carrier, and within it was Bahamut, the devourer of worlds. The gravity of the situation was reflected in the eyes of the Saiyan, who was already mentally preparing himself for a colossal task ahead.
What an honor, Kakarot. Seems you've become the guardian of evil.
The irony of Vegeta's voice did not go unnoticed. While his words might have been sarcastic, the determination in his eyes indicated that, despite any jokes, they were in this together.
But there's something else. The being inside the artifact is incredibly powerful.
The information left Goku and Vegeta silent. Bahamut, the name echoed in their minds like the distant echo of a coming storm. Consuming entire worlds was a threat they could not underestimate.
Then we have an important task. We must keep Bahamut under control and at the same time figure out how to free ourselves from this burden.
The pact was sealed. Together, Goku and Vegeta would take on the challenge of containing Bahamut and discovering a way to free themselves from the burden they now carried. The remaining question was how they would confront the dark entity that lay in Goku's chest. But before they could formulate a plan, a vibration in the air alerted them to the arrival of others.
It seems your friends are in trouble. Go help them.
Goku and Vegeta nodded in a gesture and understanding and, with serious expressions, headed for the door. With a mighty leap, they launched themselves into the sky, ready to join the battle raging on planet Earth. At the moment that Kaio-sama gave the information to Goku and Vegeta, on Earth appeared another henchman of Bahamut who met with the duo of Tenshinhan. This henchman of Bahamut seemed to be an expert in dark martial arts. He moved with supernatural agility, challenging the Z warriors with swift and lethal movements.
Do not underestimate the strength of humans. Kikoho!
Tenshinhan launched his powerful Kikoho attack, creating an explosion of energy that enveloped Bahamut's henchmen.
This is no ordinary enemy. I must use my powers wisely.
Chaos unleashing his magic, creating illusions and distractions to confuse Bahamut's henchmen. The battle was unfolding on multiple levels, with the Z warriors fighting against this enemy who seemed to understand the combat arts in unexpected ways. At that moment, realizing that the power with which they were facing Bahamut's henchmen was not enough to stop him, thanks to Chaos's distraction, they took the opportunity to try to escape. But they did not count on the great speed of their rival who, realizing that they wanted to escape, caught up with them, disappearing from the place where he was and appearing in front of them. At the precise moment in which he was about to eliminate Chaos and Tenshinhan, two people appeared between them and their rival Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta, with their gazes fixed on Bahamut's henchmen, shared a silent understanding. The gravity of the situation was clear on their faces, but there was no room for doubt.
Tenshinhan! Chaos! Go and warn the others about this threat. We need time to deal with this.
We don't want them to get hurt because of us. Go! We'll take care of this.
Tenshinhan and Chaos nodded, recognizing the determination in the Saiyans' voices. Wasting no time, they sped away, leaving Goku and Vegeta facing their formidable opponent. Bahamut's henchman, emanating overwhelming darkness, showed no signs of backing down. His eyes glowed with malice, aware of the battle ahead. The Z warriors were prepared to face any threat, and this would be no exception.
It's clear that this won't be easy.
That's what makes it exciting. Let's do it, Kakarot!
Goku and Vegeta charged at Bahamut's henchmen with impressive speed. At the moment when both warriors were fighting a battle that could change the fate of Earth, this being who presented himself as Bahamut's henchman, this dark entity with a humanoid shape but a bird's head, was going to be surprised by the abilities of the Saiyan warriors. In the middle of the combat, of all the show of strength between both warriors and this dark being, Takagami, with a confused face but confident that his strength was far superior to that of these earthly warriors, thought,
I'm amazed at the strength these earthly beings possess.
I guess they deserve to know who'll kill them." Then at that moment he told them with a malevolent smile, he said, "I've been surprised by warriors. That's why they deserve to know my name. I'm Takagami, sacred god of darkness, follower of the supreme god Bahamut." Goku, very surprised of what he's hearing, said, "More gods? This sounds very dangerous and it's exciting."
Bug, shut up! The life of this planet's at risk, and you get excited about a being that's very powerful.
The speed of the combat accelerated as Goku and Vegeta pounced on Takagami. The energy in the air became dense, vibrating with the intensity of the impending confrontation. Takagami, with his dark aura, stood his ground, disdainfully watching the approaching Saiyans. "Do you think you have a chance against the power of darkness?" Goku and Vegeta continued their advance, wasting no time in unnecessary words. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Takagami, unleashing a gale of blows. Takagami, with surprising agility, dodged many of the attacks, but some managed to land, demonstrating the strength of the Saiyans. "Don't underestimate the power of a Saiyan!"
Come on, God of Darkness, show us what you can do.
Takagami responded to the challenge, unleashing his own fury. His speed and combat skills were amazing, deflecting the blows of Goku and Vegeta with subtle movements. The battle turned into a whirlwind of punches, kicks, and ki blasts, lighting up the sky with flashes of light and darkness.
They're just insects in front of the power of eternal darkness.
Goku in his base state and Vegeta, with their pride as the Saiyan Prince, continued to put pressure on Takagami. However, as the battle progressed, Takagami began to reveal more of his true power. His dark aura intensified and his form subtly changed, revealing a transformation that increased his power exponentially.
This can't be good.
Goku, always excited for a challenge, added, "Vegeta, get ready! This is getting interesting." Takagami's increased power created an overwhelming pressure on the battlefield. His speed increased dramatically, and his strength eclipsed that of the Saiyans. However, Goku and Vegeta were not intimidated. With determination, they raised their own power of levels, taking the battle to new heights. The fighting continued with swift attacks and explosions shaking the battlefield. Goku and Vegeta, now in more advanced forms, kept up the pace, challenging Takagami at every turn. However, despite his efforts, the sacred god of darkness proved to be a formidable adversary.
This is entertaining, but your resistance is useless. The darkness consumes everything.
Goku and Vegeta, without giving up, exchanged determined glances. "Vegeta, it's time to go further!"
Huh, of course, Kakarot.
As Chaos and Ten Shinhan rushed to warn the other Z warriors, the confrontation between Goku, Vegeta, and Takagami entered a new level of intensity. The struggle for the fate of the universe was in full swing. A cosmic battle was raging on planet Earth, where darkness and light collided in a frantic dance of energy. Goku and Vegeta, the brave Saiyans, were facing Takagami, the Falcon, sacred god of darkness. The intensity of the combat resonated in the universe, and every movement threatened to tear reality itself apart. Takagami, who had increased his power, floated in the air with an imposing presence and dark aura. His eyes glowed with malice as he watched the Saiyans, who stood firm, prepared to defend their fate of the planet. In response to their enemies' increased power, Goku and Vegeta channeled their ki to the maximum, raising their power to the Super Saiyan.
Vegeta, this guy's strong, but that only means that this fight will be even better. Huh, of course, Kakarot. This is our time to shine.
The planet Earth vibrated with the energy released by the three contenders. The distant stars seemed to pale before the magnitude of the conflict. The clouds were dissipated by such a demonstration of power. Takagami, with his increased speed, lunged at Goku with a darkness-laden punch. Goku, using his elasticity and quickness, dodged gracefully, leaving a trail of flashes around him by the speed at which Takagami was lashing out with his nigh-speed punches. Vegeta, with a burst of ki, stepped between Goku and Takagami, blocking an attack that would have been devastating his fellow Saiyan. The shockwave from the collision sent debris in all directions.
I expected nothing less from you, sacred god of darkness.
Takagami defiantly unleashed a series of dark blasts towards Goku and Vegeta. The Saiyans responded with perfect timing, countering each attack with precise strikes and energy waves. The scene looked like a combat symphony, where every movement was choreographed with divine precision. Goku, with a twinkle in his eye, concentrated his energy on his hands. A bluish sphere of energy began to form, growing in size and luminosity. Vegeta, observing the familiar technique, smiled as he recognized the power that Goku was summoning. A colossal energy wave fired by Goku shot through the sky like lightning, hitting Takagami squarely. However, the darkness was absorbing the energy, and the Falcon emerged unscathed, laughing disdainfully. "Is that all you have, Saiyan?" While Goku was recovering from the effort of his attack, Vegeta launched himself at Takagami with supersonic speed. His fist slammed into the Dark God, creating a shockwave that shook the air. However, Takagami responded with a burst of energy that sent Vegeta backwards.
Ah! Damn, this guy's stronger than I thought.
Goku, recovering, joined the battle again. Both Saiyans, aware that they were facing a formidable enemy, decided that it was time to take the fight to the next level. "Vegeta, how about we show what we can really do?"
Of course, Kakarot. Let's do it.
Goku and Vegeta began to accumulate energy around them. The atmosphere was charged with an intensity of their ki as they unleashed their advanced forms. Goku transformed into the Super Saiyan Blue, while Vegeta assumed his evolved form, the evolved Blue Super Saiyan. Are they taking each other seriously now? Goku and Vegeta, with their new forms, advanced towards Takagami with renewed determination. The speed and strength of the Saiyans were now incomparable. The impacts resounded like cosmic thunder, creating a symphony of destruction in the sky. The battle became even more intense. Goku and Vegeta, coordinating their movements, attacked Takagami with an impressive combination of techniques and melee attacks. The Falcon, despite its power, was overwhelmed by the ferocity of the Saiyans.
Final flash!
The bursts of energy, one blue and one golden, converged into a titanic explosion that engulfed Takagami. Light and darkness mixed in a burst of dazzling colors. However, when the explosion dissipated, Takagami emerged once more, his form slightly battered, but his determination intact.
His power is awesome, but I'm a god. The darkness cannot be defeated so easily.
Goku and Vegeta, without giving up, continued the offensive. The speed of his combat reached levels that defied comprehension. Punches and kicks were exchanged in a split second, creating a glow of cosmic collisions.
Big Bang attack! Kaioken 20 times!
The energy exploded again, shaking the sky with its fury. However, Takagami, with his divine resistance, withstood the attacks. The battle raged across the cosmos, with the warriors disappearing and reappearing in flashes of light and shadow. In the middle of the struggle, Goku and Vegeta began to feel an overwhelming pressure. Takagami's darkness seemed to expand, defying even the limits of the most powerful Saiyans. Reality itself was twisting under the influence of dark energy.
This darkness is incredibly strong. We can't back down now, Kakarot. We must get over this.
Both Saiyans raised their powers even more. The fight reached a new peak of intensity. The Saiyan was exploding like fireworks in the vastness of the night sky, lighting up the darkness with flashes of determination and defiance. Takagami, at the epicenter of the storm, smiled ominously.
Now you'll see the true power of eternal darkness.
The universe trembled as the battle reached its climax. The warriors were fighting for the fate of everything they knew, and the question that lingered in space was whether the light of the Saiyans could overcome the darkness of the sacred god. The planet Earth rumbled with the intensity of the cosmic battle. Goku and Vegeta, drenched in sweat, maintained their advanced forms as they prepared for Takagami's next assault. Darkness was emanating from his figure, but something seemed out of place. The Dark God's skin had a grayish hue, as if he had not yet completed the possession of its wearer. Takagami, with a guttural laugh, seemed to notice the perplexity in the Saiyans' expressions.
Surprise, Saiyans! I've not yet revealed all my power.
Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled looks. Something was not right, and both warriors felt it. At that moment, Takagami convulsed. A new form shook, as if he was fighting against something. An invisible force seemed to pull at him from within.
No! I haven't taken complete control yet!
Suddenly, a burst of dark energy enveloped Takagami, hiding him from view. The Saiyans were on guard, prepared for any surprise. Their energy in the air became denser, as if the cosmos itself was on the verge of transformation.
What's going on?
Before they could form any more questions, the dark energy dispersed. revealing Takagami's true form. However, what they saw took their breath away. At the moment of arriving at his true form, he let himself see the body he was possessing. This body was Yamcha's. Once the warriors saw that, Takagami completed his bird-headed humanoid form, but now the true form of the sacred god of destruction was clearly revealed. The falcon's head was clearly shown, with a defined musculature but a thin body, wearing blue Egyptian clothes with gold bracelets and a gold necklace. Huge wings which disappeared and appeared at their whim. Now Takagami had something going for him. He was playing against the Saiyan warriors. Not only should he defeat them, but they should also avoid harming Yamcha. That's what Yamcha looks like! Takagami's rumbling laughter filled the space. Now completely in possession of Yamcha's body, the Dark God was displaying a malevolent smile. That's right, Saiyans. This weak body belongs to me now. Vegeta gritted his teeth furiously. Damn it! How dare you possess one of us? It's not just one Saiyan. Soon all of you will become Bahamut puppets. The reality of the situation hit Goku and Vegeta, but the force of the cosmic impact, the dark entity they were facing, was not only a dark god, but also had the power of possessing earthling warriors. Yamcha, now inside the sacred god of darkness, did not have any sign of consciousness. The god had taken control of his being completely. Ha 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 ha! There's no escape. Bahamut will be released, and this universe will fall into eternal darkness. Goku and Vegeta shared a determined look. They knew the threat was even greater now. Not only were they fighting a dark god, they were also faced the possibility of losing their friends and allies in this fight. Vegeta, we have to find a way to free Yamcha and stop Takagami. Of course, Kakarot. But first, we have to deal with this dark god. The battle continued, but now the situation was more desperate. Takagami, with Yamcha's body, unleashed an unstoppable fury. The Saiyans struggled not only against eternal darkness, but also against the weight of facing one of their own companions. Explosions of energy lit up the sky, but the inner struggle of Goku and Vegeta was equally intense. Every blow, every burst of ki resonated with the promise of freeing Yamcha and saving the universe from the threat of Bahamut. But Takagami wasn't going to give up so easily. Do you think you could beat one of the World Eater's henchmen? The dark energy intensified in the ultimate form of the sacred god of darkness. Now, the freedom to be able to use all his power launched relentless attacks. Goku and Vegeta, with their advanced forms, were fighting with all their might, but the darkness had a firm grip. The struggle dragged on. Every moment seemed like an eternity. Yamcha, although he was just a contender for Takagami, at one point during the fight showed signs of pain on his face. It was as if his very essence was fighting against the darkness that was consuming her. Yamcha, hold on! Let's get you out of this! But Goku's words were lost in the storm. Takagami, with a maniacal laugh, continued his assault. The Earth, witness of this cosmic conflict, trembled before the magnitude of the confrontation between light and darkness. Somewhere far away, Chaos and Ten Shinhan, after alerting the other Z warriors about the threat, returned to the battlefield. Seeing the situation, Ten Shinhan's face filled with fury as Chaos clenched his fist determinedly. Takagami! I'll make sure you pay for this! Both warriors joined the fight, but even with their abilities, facing a dark god who possessed one of his own would not be so easy. The battle turned into a desperate struggle to face Yamcha and stop Bahamut before he was released. During the chaos, Goku and Vegeta shared a look of determination. The darkness could be powerful, but the light of the Saiyans would shine even in the darkest moments. The battle for the fate of the universe was far from over, and Earth's heroes were ready to face any challenges that stood in their way. Taking a trip to the past, one day before the strange artifact was impregnated into Goku's chest, after rescuing his son Goten, Yamcha, oblivious to the imminent danger that was coming, was exploring an ancient Egyptian pyramid during an archaeological expedition. The atmosphere was charged with mystery and the promise of amazing discoveries. Deep inside the pyramid, Yamcha stumbled upon an ancient artifact that was glowing with a dim light. It was an Egyptian bracelet decorated with intricate hieroglyphs. Fascinated by her beauty and attracted by an inexplicable force, Yamcha could not resist and placed the bracelet on his wrist. The moment the bracelet touched his skin, a strange sensation enveloped Yamcha. It was not painful or threatening, but rather captivating. An ancestral connection was established between the earthly warrior and the Egyptian artifact. What Yamcha didn't know was that this artifact contained an ancient power linked to the age of gods and legends. As the light from the bracelet merged with Yamcha, an ancient presence awoke. It was the essence of an ancient god that was lying asleep inside the artifact. However, this being was neither malevolent nor benevolent. It was simply an ancestral force seeking to join a mortal existence, or at least that was what Yamcha felt at that moment. The god, by merging with Yamcha, granted him abilities and knowledge beyond his comprehension. Yamcha felt with a strength and connection to the story itself. The fusion, although puzzling at first, resulted in a unique symbiosis between the earthly warrior and the divine entity. Yamcha didn't know what the bracelet actually was. Returning to the battle, every moment became more challenging for Goku and Vegeta and the earthly warriors. Takagami, now completely liberated, unleashed a destructive force that tested even the most powerful Saiyans. In an effort to turn the tide of the battle, Ten Shinhan and Chaos joined the fight. Both warriors, aware of the threat possessed by Takagami, threw themselves into the fray bravely. His unique skills and determination added a new dynamic to the conflict, but even with his intervention, the darkness persisted.
Ten Shinhan, keep the pressure on. We cannot allow this darkness to take over our world.
Ten Shinhan nodded, concentrating his energy on coordinated attacks with Goku and Vegeta. Despite their combined efforts, Takagami remained a relentless adversary. As the battle reached its peak, Goku and Vegeta, exhausted but without losing their determination, shared a look of mutual understanding. They knew they needed an extra power to face Takagami at his finest. Instantly, an idea crossed their minds of the Saiyans fusion.
Vegeta, I know it's not something you prefer, but I think it's our only option.
I don't like to admit it, Kakarot, but I agree with you. If we want to stop this monster, we need all the power we can get.
Both warriors assumed the necessary postures to perform the fusion dance. The energy of Goku and Vegeta intertwined in a brilliant flash, and within seconds, an entirely new warrior emerged. Gogeta in his base form, the supremely powerful fusion of the two Saiyans.
It seems the occasion requires it. Now, Takagami, get ready. So you think a ridiculous fusion will be able to stand up to my power?
Gogeta rushed towards Takagami with amazing speed. The matchup that followed was an unmatched display of skills. Gogeta dodged Takagami's attacks with grace, fighting back with overwhelming force. However, the darkness that enveloped the Dark God proved to be a formidable challenge. During the intense battle, Ten Shinhan and Chaos continued to bravely fight, but the price of a confrontation was already becoming apparent. Takagami, taking advantage of the distraction, launched a devastating attack that left Ten Shinhan and Chaos seriously injured. Goku and Vegeta, seeing their companions in danger, felt a surge of rage. Gogeta redoubled his efforts, attacking with renewed ferocity. However, Takagami, aware of the situation, diverted his attention to Ten Shinhan and Chaos.
Feeling the despair, Saiyans? Soon this world will witness its end.
Goku and Vegeta, full of rage and determination, increased their speed. They knew they needed to do something before Takagami carried out his threats. The battle reached its climax when Gogeta launched a massive attack on Takagami, seeking to break his resistance. However, the darkness surrounding Takagami intensified, revealing a surprise resistance. It was then that Ten Shinhan and Chaos, still on the ground, exchanged a determined look. They knew that whatever they had to do to give Gogeta a chance to defeat Takagami.
Goku, Vegeta, you need time. I'll take care of holding this monster. I'll come with you, Ten Shinhan. Together we'll be the barrier they need.
Goku and Vegeta, although reluctant to lose their friends, went at full speed to avoid what they had in mind.
Don't do it! Ten Shinhan, Chaos!
Ten Shinhan and Chaos stood up, ignoring the pain coursing through their bodies. With determination, they faced Takagami, resisting his attacks with all their might. Gogeta, seeing the situation, understood the magnitude of the sacrifice they were making.
We cannot disappoint this sacrifice. We have to win this.
While Ten Shinhan and Chaos bravely fought Takagami, Gogeta continued his assault with the intensity intact. The battle was taking place on two fronts, with the Earth Warriors sacrificing themselves to provide the necessary opening. Goku and Vegeta, as he approached, their hearts were filled with sorrow and gratitude towards Ten Shinhan and Chaos. Gogeta, with supersonic speed, approached the scene where Ten Shinhan and Chaos were bravely facing Takagami. His gaze reflected the mixture of determination and regret, knowing that the sacrifices of his teammates were the key to victory.
Hold on a little longer, guys. Let's put an end to this.
The Saiyan fusion advanced towards Takagami, who, upon seeing Gogeta's arrival, stopped attacking Tenshinhan and Chaos to confront the fused warrior. The intensity of the battle reached a new level, with attacks and counterattacks echoing across the battlefield. Tenshinhan, with his remaining strength, took advantage of that distraction to hold Takagami with all his strength, preventing him from moving freely. His face showed determination and resignation at the same time.
Chaos, this is your chance. Make every second I hold this monster worth it.
Chaos, next to Tenshinhan, nodded weakly. His body showed the ravages of the battle, but his eyes were shining with all the will to do the duty.
Tenshinhan is right, Gogeta. The light will always prevail over the darkness. Remember that. Goku, Vegeta, take care of our world. This is our last act.
At that moment, Chaos accumulated an immense amount of energy to sacrifice himself. Gogeta, who was very close, were hit by the shock wave of the explosion. Gogeta, recovering from the impact, looked at the place where his companions were with solemnly.
Your sacrifice will not be in vain. I promise.
After what happened, Gogeta raised his head and with an uncontrollable anger increased his ki in such a way that he made the battlefield rumble, making the stones that were in the place fly, making Takagami retreat only with the gusts of air that expanded from his being. In a panning from head to toe, we managed to see Gogeta's transformation in Super Saiyan Blue Phase 4, which showed the essence of Ozaru as a kind of aura in blue color, and a more controlled but much more powerful version, a transformation never seen, since they were not able to coordinate their powers to be able to reach said transformation. As Gogeta's energy transformed into a surprising and controlled version of Super Saiyan Blue Stage 4, a brilliant blue essence of Ozaru manifested around him, revealing unparalleled potency. The cosmic landscape trembled before the magnitude of this new form. Goku and Vegito, witness of this unique transformation, were filled with amazement and determination. It was evident that Gogeta was reaching a level of power never seen before, fusing the essence of Super Saiyan Blue with Ozaru's formidable presence flawlessly. Gogeta, in his new form, turned an intense gaze towards Takagami, whose expression of confidence was overshadowed by surprise. The battle, far from having come to an end, was just beginning in this new phase. The universe was waiting for the outcome of this epic confrontation, where light and darkness collided in a cosmic dance. The promise of a new dawn loomed on the horizon, but the price of triumph was uncertain. Gogeta floated in the sky, surrounded by the imposing energy of his new form. The stars seemed to pale before the intensity of his blue radiance, as Takagami recovered from the initial impact and adopted a defensive posture.
What kind of transformation is this? This is the power of those who fight for something greater than themselves.
With a flash, Gogeta disappeared, appearing in front of Takagami in the blink of an eye. The clash of their fists created shockwaves that shook the battlefield. Gogeta's speed and strength were unmatched, surpassing even Takagami's ability to anticipate his blows. Gogeta and Takagami exchanged blows and energy blasts at breakneck speed. Each impact resounded like cosmic thunder, creating an epic symphony on planet Earth.
Your attempt to revive your so-called gods ends here, Takagami. Ha 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 ha! But you're a bug in the face of the greatness of my power.
In an instant, Gogeta unleashed a burst of concentrated energy, enveloping Takagami in a whirlwind of light and force. When the light dissipated, Takagami emerged unharmed, but with a more serious expression.
Interesting, but not enough.
The battle was reaching cosmic levels, with ripples of energy spreading across the far reaches of the universe. Meanwhile, the other Z warriors watched the sky, appreciating Gogeta's great power of display and Takagami's resilience and viciousness. The roar of battle echoed in every corner of the universe. Gogeta and Takagami, wrapped in an endless dance of energy, continued their titanic confrontation. Space twisted and trembled under the influence of their powers, creating distortions itself. Bursts of energy expanded like lightning, illuminating the darkness of the night sky with dazzling flashes. Each blow between the two contenders seemed to release an explosion of energy that spread in concentric waves, setting the frantic pace of the cosmic battle. Away from the battlefield, the others watched in anguish and admiration. Bulma, with a mixture of fear and hope in her eyes, clung to the hope that Gogeta would prevail.
Come on, Gogeta, you must win! For all of us.
Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gogeta and Takagami continued their fierce exchange. Determination burned in Gogeta's eyes, while Takagami maintained a defiant smile, though his expression hid a growing unease. This is for the price you pay for defying the peace of the universe. With a swift movement, Gogeta vanished and reappeared behind Takagami, launching an energy-charged punch straight at his back. But Takagami, anticipating, quickly spun around and blocked the attack with the dark energy shield. Haha, is that all you got? In response, Gogeta intensified his assault, unleashing a continuous flurry of punches and kicks. Each impact resounded like thunder. But Takagami, though outmatched in speed, resisted with his dark power, countering the attacks with deft movements. During the scuttle, Takagami took advantage of the prevalent moment of openness and opened up a launched energy bolt straight for Gogeta's chest. The resulting explosion shook the universe and Gogeta was thrown backwards, leaving a trail of blue energy. Is that all hope can do? Gogeta recovered quickly, stood up with determination. The glow of his transformation increased even more. This is far from over. The battle continued, leading them again to display an ever-increasing amount of power. In this fury, Gogeta unleashed power that defied the laws of the universe, and Takagami, despite his arrogance, began to show signs of concern. The tension was palpable. The Z Warriors felt the intensity of the confrontation, even when they were a long distance away from where the battle for the future of the planet was taking place. Piccolo was seriously watching, calculating every move and thinking at some point this battle, which was far from over, would be a favorable outcome. Piccolo, in his thoughts, Goku, Vegeta, we trust you. You must win this battle. The battle reached a new climax when Gogeta and Takagami met at an eminent point in the battle. The energy emanated from them, illuminating the vastness of the dark sky, creating a dazzling spectacle of colors and flashes. You cannot escape darkness. Darkness will never prevail over light. You're a fool if you think your light can eclipse my power. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Gogeta's mind, a familiar but distant voice. Gogeta, do not underestimate your enemy. Truth lies within strength. The transmission abruptly cut off, leaving Gogeta bewildered. Before he could reflect on it, however, Takagami lunged towards him with surprising speed, unleashing a series of punches and kicks that left Gogeta struggling to keep up. At that moment, a fleeting image flashed through Gogeta's mind, a vision of his loved ones, of his purpose, and the responsibility he carried on his shoulders. The energy of the transformation fanned, and Gogeta, with newfound determination, struck back with renewed ferocity. This is the limit of your tyranny, Takagami! Ha 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 ha! The limit's up to you, Gogeta, and your limit is my power! Suddenly, the sky around him fragmented, and multiple distorted versions of Takagami emerged from the dimensional rifts, each with a malevolent grin. You cannot defeat me, Gogeta. I am eternal. I'm a god. You may be powerful, but I'm not alone in this. The battle reached a new intensity as multiple distorted incarnations of Takagami surrounded Gogeta. Each emanated a dark energy that defied the laws of the universe. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the pressure of their combined presences. At that precise moment, Goku and Vegeta's fusion had come to an end due to the amount of power they had used in order to stand up to Takagami. Goku and Vegeta, although they had returned to their individual forms after the fusion, knew that the key by defeating Takagami lay in perfect unity and coordination. Vegeta, we're in this together. Let's give all our power to be able to confront him so we can free Yamcha from this so-called god. Yes, Kakarot, this insect will not defeat us. The Z Warriors watched in amazement, aware that the fate of the universe hung in the balance. Piccolo analyzed this situation, looking for any weaknesses that could be exploited. The others prepared to act if the opportunity presented itself. Goku and Vegeta, now separated, their fusion as Gogeta, faced Takagami with determination in their eyes. The dark presence of the supposed god loomed over them. But the Saiyans were determined to free Yamcha and put an end to the threat he posed. Vegeta, we need to coordinate our attacks. We've always been stronger when we fight together. For once, I agree with you, Kakarot. This insect will pay for what he did. The two Saiyans lunged towards Takagami, attacking with a combination of punches and ki blasts. Takagami, though powerful, was momentarily overwhelmed by the timing of the two warriors. However, his sinister laugh echoed across the battlefield.
Your union will change nothing. My power is unlimited.
Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was more serious than they had imagined. Takagami unleashed a wave of dark energy that sent them flying, but they quickly recovered, ready to continue the fight. The Z Warriors watched with concern. Gohan, though a bit intimidated by Takagami's power, maintained his unwavering determination. Piccolo, with his keen intelligence, pointed out a possible weakness.
It seems his power is linked to some source. We must find a way to break that connection.
Goten and Trunks, who had arrived along with Gohan, eager to join the battle, looked at their parents with concern. However, Piccolo stopped them.
Guys, we need a plan before we launch into battle. Your strength will be crucial at the right time.
While the Z Warriors thought of a plan, Goku and Vegeta continued their fierce assault against Takagami. Every time it seemed they were about to defeat him, his power increased and the evil emanating from him intensified.
Ha 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 ha! Your resistance is useless. My power thrives on despair and suffering.
Then we must find a way to change that. Vegeta, we need to attack together, but with a strategy.
You're finally thinking clearly, Kakarot. Let's do it!
The two Saiyans, coordinating their movements, executed a series of synchronized attacks. Although Takagami was defending himself skillfully, he began to show signs of discomfort. The connection between his power and the external source seemed to be faltering. At that instant, Piccolo noticed the opportunity.
Now is the time. Gohan, wait for the opening we'll give you so you can attack. Goten, Trunks, follow me on my signal.
Gohan nodded, conveying a look of confidence to his friends. Goten and Trunks prepared to act on Piccolo's directions.
Everyone, let's send our energies to Goku and Vegeta. We must strengthen their connection and weaken Takagami's source of power.
The Z Warriors gathered their energies and, with a coordinated effort, sent a stream of ki skyward. Goku and Vegeta, sensing the surge of power, seized the opportunity. They're doing it! Come on, Vegeta! The connection between Goku, Vegeta, and the Z Warriors created a unique synergy. Energy flowed through them, strengthening their resolve and weakening Takagami's external source of power.
This can't be happening!
The darkness surrounding Takagami began to dissipate, due to the large amount of energy they were receiving from their friends. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, observing the battle, noticed the opportunity to intervene.
Now, guys, let's go!
Goten and Trunks took flight into the sky where Goku and Vegeta were, joining the fight against Takagami. With the energy of the Z Warriors strengthening the connection between Goku and Vegeta, the real battle was about to begin. The fusion of powers of the Saiyans between father and son created an explosion of energy that enveloped Takagami. The fight intensified, but now, with hope and determination as their allies, Goku, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks were ready to face the Dark God and free the universe from his evil domain. The burst of energy that enveloped Takagami reverberated throughout the universe. The fusion of the powers of Goku, Vegeta, and his sons created a symphony of forces, illuminating the sky with a brilliant radiance that defied the darkness Takagami had tried to impose. Takagami, enveloped in the luminescence of the combined energy, struggled to maintain his composure. The connection between his power and the source of his power, Yamcha, was weakening with every second, and his sinister laugh began to turn into growls of frustration.
We're making progress, Vegeta! Yes, but let's not let our guard down. It's not over.
As the Saiyans continued their coordinated offensive, Goten and Trunks and their Super Saiyan forms joined the battle. The pressure on Takagami intensified, as he now faced not only the two adult Saiyans, but also that of his sons. The coordination between them was impressive, and every move was backed by the combined strength of the Z Warriors. Dad! Vegeta! We're here to help! Let's show this guy that the Saiyan family is unstoppable! The trio of Saiyans, with their different levels of expertise and abilities, formed a united front against Takagami. The battle was getting more and more intense, with bursts of energy and flurries of attacks lighting up space like a celestial spectacle. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and the others channeled their energies to strengthen the connection between the Saiyans and, at the same time, searched for weaknesses in Takagami's defense.
We must keep the pressure on and look for any opportunity to unbalance Takagami.
Dad, Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, We all trust you! Let's defeat this enemy together! In space, the synergy between the Saiyans reached its peak. Goku and Vegeta, with the energy of their sons and the Z Warriors, fused their attacks in an amazing display of power. Takagami, despite his resistance, began to give ground.
This is not possible! I'm a god! I cannot be defeated!
The connection between his power and the external source was on the verge of collapse. The Saiyans, sensing Takagami's weakness, redoubled their efforts. Goten, Trunks, guided by Piccolo's strategy, attacked from unexpected angles, while Goku and Vegeta continued their frontal assault. Piccolo noticed a key opportunity.
Now, Gohan, it's your time!
Gohan, in his final form ready to take advantage of the opportunity, concentrated his energy and launched himself into the confrontation. With surprising speed, he joined the fight alongside Goku, Vegeta, Goten, and Trunks. Let's finish this, Dad! The symphony of energy between the Z Warriors and the Saiyans reached its climax. Takagami, beset on all sides, struggled to stand, and the skies erupted in an explosion of light and darkness as the heroes joined forces to confront the Dark God. The battle reached its climax, and every move decided the fate of the universe. The Z Warriors from Earth watched with eagerness and hope, knowing that victory was within reach, but also aware that the final fight was yet to come. With the Saiyans and the Z Warriors facing Takagami in a cosmic confrontation. However, amidst the chaos of battle, a small distraction allowed Takagami to strike back with furiosity. Goten and Trunks, focused on following Piccolo's strategy, attacked from different angles. However, in a moment of minimal distraction, Takagami seized the opportunity and launched a surprise counterattack. With quick and precise movements, the Dark God managed to evade Goten and Trunks' attacks, countering them with punches and energy blasts.
Ha ha ha! Your efforts are useless, children! I'm the all-consuming darkness!
Goten and Trunks, though agile and powerful, found themselves in a precarious situation. Takagami, with his speed and cunning, left the young Saiyans struggling to keep up. We have to protect them!
Takagami's concentration of power is increasing. We need to regroup and find a strategy to counter his moves.
Meanwhile, in the sky, Goten and Trunks, despite the setbacks, continued to fight bravely. They tried to coordinate their attacks, but Takagami's speed and cunning proved to be a formidable challenge. Trunks, we have to stay focused! I know, but this guy's stronger than I imagined! In an unexpected twist, Takagami launched a blast of dark energy that hit Goten and Trunks, leaving them badly injured. Both Saiyans fell backwards with obvious signs of exhaustion and pain. Goten! Trunks!
This damned Dark God!
The adult Saiyans intensified their assault, determined to avenge their momentary fall of their sons. Takagami, however, taking advantage of the confusion and despair that gripped the Z Warriors, rejoiced in his newly strengthened power.
This is how the heroes of the universe give up. They may fight, but in the end, darkness will always prevail.
The result was becoming even more tense. The Z Warriors, though determined, were facing the reality that their fight was far from over. Goten and Trunks, wounded but not defeated, were struggling to recover and rejoin the battle.
We need a new approach. Takagami's strength increases with each passing moment.
We'll protect Goten and Trunks. We'll not let the darkness prevail. The battle, now more critical than ever, was plunging into a desperate confrontation where the survival of the universe hung in the balance. Gohan, observing the critical situation of his brother Goten and Trunks, could not contain the fury that burned within him. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and his energy rose to levels that would leave even the most experienced Saiyans dumbfounded. He lunged towards Takagami with shocking speed, ignoring any concern for his own safety. With this price, you'll pay for hurting my family! His speed and furiosity impressed everyone on the battlefield. Every blow he delivered carried with it a pent-up rage of a protective brother. Takagami, though initially surprised, adapted to the intensity of Gohan's attacks.
Do you think your anger can stop me?
I'm going to protect my family and the entire universe from your darkness! The battle between Gohan and Takagami unleashed an energy storm in space. Goku and Vegeta watched in awe and fear as the conflict reached levels that defied comprehension. Despite their determination, they realized they were facing a power beyond anything they had faced before. This kid, his power is amazing!
We can't let Gohan fight alone. We must support him.
As Gohan continued his relentless assault, Takagami showed a significant improvement in his defensive ability. Every blow was met with inhuman prowess. The battle reached a point where the universe itself seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The epic confrontation between Gohan and Takagami pushed the Saiyan warrior to the limit of his abilities. Despite Gohan's bravery and skill, the Dark God, with unmatched cunning and speed, found an opening in his defense. With a graceful twist, Takagami unleashed a ripping attack, a blast of dark energy that sliced through the air with a malevolent precision. Gohan, surprised by the speed and ferocity of the attack, barely had time to react. The energy wave hit Gohan full on, enveloping him in an explosion of light and darkness. The force of the impact threw Goku's eldest son backwards, causing him to stagger, desperately struggling to stay on his feet. The dark energy left its mark on Gohan's body, marking him with deep tearing wounds. "Gah! This can't be so strong!" Takagami, with a sinister smile, hovered in the air, observing the result of his devastating attack. The black energy around him seemed to vibrate with satisfaction as Gohan tried to recover.
This is the power you praise so much. You're no match for me, Gohan.
Goku and Vegeta, witnessing the scene from a distance, gritted their teeth helplessly. The situation was becoming more critical with each passing moment. Goten and Trunks, still injured but recovering, were prepared to rejoin the fight.
Gohan! This damned! We can't let this continue!
Goten and Trunks, sensing the urgency of the situation, approached Gohan to help him. Despite his own injuries, determination shone in his eyes. "Brother, are you alright?"
Yes, but we need a new approach. We're not going to let this guy get away with this.
Meanwhile, Piccolo and the other Z warriors were also assessing the situation, looking for any opportunity to change the course of the battle. The pressure on them was mounting, and the need to find an effective strategy was becoming more apparent.
We have to work together. Gohan, can you keep fighting?
Gohan nodded, ignoring the pain coursing through his body. His determination had not dulled, on the contrary. Takagami's imminent threat stoked it. "I can't give up, but we need a strategy, something that could surprise him."
Surprise him, you say?
As the Z warriors immersed themselves in strategy to counter Takagami, a small distraction took over the battlefield. Goten and Trunks, aware of the need of a different approach, exchanged determined glances. Without saying a word, they assumed the familiar fusion dance stance. The other warriors, immersed in their tactics, barely noticed the sudden disappearance of Goten and Trunks as they performed the fusion. The energy around them condensed into a brilliant flash that revealed Gotenks, Super Saiyan, the powerful fusion of the two young Saiyans.
Ready to give this guy a surprise!
With impressive speed, Gotenks launched himself towards Takagami, who was momentarily startled by the new presence on the battlefield. Gotenks, with his characteristic air of self-sufficiency, began to unleash a series of swift and agile attacks, challenging the Dark God with renewed energy.
Here I come!
Takagami, however, far from being intimidated, smiled sinisterly. With a casual gesture, he deflected Gotenks' attacks as if toying with him.
Is that all you've got, you little fused insect?
Gotenks persisted, intensifying his attacks, trying to find an opening in Takagami's defense. However, the Dark God, with a graceful move, countered each blow with ease.
Come on! It can't be!
In the moment of distraction, Takagami took advantage of the situation. With impressive speed, he launched a blast of dark energy that enveloped Gotenks before he could react. The resulting explosion threw Gotenks backwards, knocking him to the ground unconscious and disfigured.
Gotenks! This is worse than we thought.
Takagami, now more confident of his superiority, hovered in the air, glaring at the defeated warriors. Goten and Trunks, still unconscious, lay on the ground as Takagami revealed in his moment of victory.
Ha 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 ha! Is this all you offer, Z warriors? Your desperation only increases my power.
With the outlook darkened by Gotenks' momentary defeat, attention turned to Gohan, who, badly wounded but driven by an inner strength, began to radiate intense energy. The pain in his body seemed to fuel his determination, and a wild golden glow enveloped as his ki reached never-before-seen levels. In the blink of an eye, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan Phase 3, a form of awesome power that surprised even Takagami. Gohan's hair grew out of control, his muscles swelled, and his expression reflected a mixture of pain and fierce determination.
What is this? A new trick?
Gohan, with a wild roar, launched himself towards Takagami with shocking speed. The force of his blows and the intensity of his attacks shook the battlefield, creating a storm of energy around him. The conflict between light and darkness took on a new dimension as Gohan challenged the limits of his own power.
You're going to pay for what you've done!
The confrontation between Gohan in his Super Saiyan Phase 3 form and Takagami marked a drastic change in the intensity of the battle. The skies, previously serene, witness of the confrontation, darkened with the energy unleashed by both combatants. And each blow resounded like thunder in the vast and silent cosmic space, defying the tranquility of the stars watching from a distance. The explosions of energy briefly illuminated the darkness, creating a chaotic and majestic spectacle at the same time. The flashes of light and shadow intertwined in a frantic dance that reflected the ferocity of the combat. The shockwaves spread out in the distance, distorting space itself and recalling the magnitude of the power unleashed on that battlefield. Each movement was a ballet of strength and dexterity, with Gohan and Takagami challenging each other in a battle that transcended the physical, entering the realms of the mystical and the epic. Their cries of determination were lost amid the din of battle, but their spirits echoed in every exchange of blows, making it clear that this confrontation was not just for dominance or survival, but for the legacy of their lineages and the protection of their worlds. Gohan, his eyes shining with an indomitable determination, channeled all his power in every movement, leaving a trail of energy that shimmered with a force that defied the limits of the unimaginable. His taut muscles, his golden aura glowing with intensity, made him an unstoppable force that sought justice and protection for all those he loved and defended. "You will not escape my justice, Takagami! My determination's like an unbreakable torrent that'll sweep away any darkness you try to sow. Every blow I throw carries with it the strength of all those I protect and defend. I'll not rest until the truth shines on every shadow you've woven with your deceptions. Get ready to face the justice I bring!" Gohan roared with fiery fury, his voice echoing across the battlefield like an echo of the very protective will drive him. Every blow he threw carried with it the emotional burden of years of struggle and sacrifice, the determination of a hero willing to do anything for the well-being of his world and his loved ones. On the other hand, Takagami, with his characteristic agility and calculated cunning, dodged Gohan's attacks with fluid and precise movements. His cold and calculating gaze contrasted with the ferocity of the Saiyan, unveiling an enemy who did not underestimate the threat he faced.
Interesting. I see that the power of the Saiyan pride still burns deep in your being, Gohan, but let me tell you this. However intense it may be, will not be enough to defy the chains of your inevitable fate.
Between each exchange of blows and dodges, the battlefield turned into an epic scenario where two titans collided, not only with their bodies, but with their convictions and purposes. The fate of both was intertwined in a deadly dance where determination, skill, and strength merged in a conflict that transcended the physical and went deep into their warriors' souls. The clash of energies was so intense that the Z warriors felt the pressure and overwhelming weight of the unfolding confrontation. The magnitude of the conflict resonated in every corner of the known universe, like an echo of power that transcended planetary barriers and penetrated the very heart of those who were fighting for survival and justice. The fluctuations in ki were palpable, even to those watching from a distance, like a symphony of opposing forces colliding in a chaotic but harmonious dance. Every member of the Z Warriors could feel the electricity in the air, the tension that preceded every strategic move and every heartbreaking blow. The earth trembled under the influence of the unleashed energy, as if the world itself was responding to the duel of titans being waged on its surface. The skies darkened even more, as if the universe itself was holding its breath at the magnificence and terror of that epic contest. In those moments of crisis, the Z Warriors' determination grew even stronger, fueled by the urgency to protect what they loved and to face any adversity with courage and conviction. It was a reminder that during chaos and destruction, the human spirit could shine with an unshakable light. Piccolo, with his strategic mind sharper as a razor, watched every move with meticulous attention. Every gesture, every spark of unleashed energy carried with it the promise of a decisive change during the battle. His intense and serene gaze concealed a precise calculation as he searched for the perfect opportunity to intervene in support of his disciple. Piccolo, with his gaze lost on the horizon as he pondered the situation deeply, added in a calm but determined voice,
Gohan is channeling an incredible power right now. If we manage to amplify their energy and coordinate a joint attack, we could tip the scales in our favor and find the opportunity we need to change the course of this battle.
His mind worked like a meticulous clock, evaluating possibilities and strategies during the chaos that was unleashed in front of him. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the conflict, Gohan and Takagami continued their titanic duel, each determined to impose their will and determination on the other. Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan Stage 3 not only gave him enormous strength, but also imposed a demanding tribute in terms of energy and physical endurance. Gohan, his breathing agitated by the effort and intensity of the moment, expressed with determination in his voice between short breaths, "His power! It's overwhelming! But I must stand firm! I can't fail!" Every word resonated with an unwavering commitment as he prepared to face the ordeal ahead of her, his aura glowing with a mixture of exhaustion and relentless resolve. His spirit stood like a burning flame during the storm, braving adversities with a determination that sprang from the core of his being. On the other hand, Takagami, with his arrogant smile and calculated movements, responded to every attack of Gohan with an inordinate confidence in his own dexterity and power. Takagami, with a voice imbued with superiority and a tone that denoted his absolute confidence in his words, defiantly replied,
Admiral, but naive. Your determination's remarkable, Gohan, but you must understand that no force in this universe can change your destiny.
His voice resonated with an assurance that seemed to defy all opposition, marking a gap between confidence in his power and Gohan's will. His self-assurance was impenetrable as the toughest steel, a psychological barrier that defied even the storms of energy roaring around him. The confrontation was coming to a head as the Z warriors, with a mixture of worry and palpable hope in their hearts, prepared to intervene at the precise moment that could change the course of the battle. Vegeta, with his intense and analytical gaze, watched every flash of power unleashed by Gohan with a mixture of admiration and concern in his eyes. Vegeta, with his analytical and sharp mind, was muttering to himself in a barely audible tone due to the palpable tension in the air.
Gohan's unleashing an incredible power.
His words were a whisper, charged with respect and concern, acknowledging the magnitude of the power that Gohan was unleashing at that critical moment.
But he must maintain control if he wants to survive this,
he added with a seriousness that reflected his experience in past battles and his understanding of the dangers of losing control over so much unleashed energy. Goku, the legendary warrior who knows the limits and beyond, nodded solemnly at Vegeta's words. Goku, with a calmness that radiated experience and wisdom, recognized with respect in his voice, "We know what it's like to fight at the limit, but Gohan's showing exceptional courage that inspires us all." His words resonated with the depth of one who has faced countless challenges, understanding the nature of struggle and the sacrifice it entails. With admiration palpable in his tone, recognizing the courage and determination of his son during adversity, his voice, serene but full of respect, reflected the confidence in Gohan's potential to overcome any obstacle. Meanwhile, the energy flowing through Gohan was reaching its peak, manifesting itself in an impressive visual spectacle. Its golden aura radiated an intense light that illuminated the surrounding space, making even the distant stars seem to pale in comparison. Gohan, with a roar full of determination that echoed throughout the battlefield, exclaimed with fervor, addressed to his father and Vegeta, "Father! Vegeta! All of you! This power is to protect you all!" His voice carried with an emotional charge of his commitment to the protection of his loved ones, a promise that manifested itself in every flash of his glowing aura, and in every blow aimed at the darkness that threatened his world. His voice, echoing like an echo of hope, amid the chaos of battle. His energy, instead of just being destructive, became a beacon of hope for his allies, instilling strength and determination in their hearts. The buildup of energy finally reached its peak when Gohan unleashed a combined attack so powerful that it seemed to tear the very fabric of space. The surprise on Takagami's face was palpable, reflecting the magnitude of the force unleashed by the young Saiyan.
Impossible! I can't believe the magnitude of your strength, Gohan! You've unweakened a power that defies all my expectations and strategies so far. But you haven't witnessed everything I can do yet. My abilities are not limited to what you've witnessed so far. And I still have cards to play in this game. Get ready to find out that I'm not as easy an opponent to defeat. The true essence of my power is about to be revealed, and I assure you that it'll surprise you. The battle's only just begun, young Saiyan.
The resulting explosion temporarily blinded everyone present, enveloping the battlefield in a dazzling light that eclipsed even the brightest stars in the firmament. As the luminescence slowly faded away, it revealed an impressive but also disturbing scene. Gohan, still in his Super Saiyan Stage 3 form, was still standing, his figure slender but visibly exhausted at the limit of his strength.
Was that enough?
He was panting between short breaths, his eyes reflecting a determination that defied the fatigue that overwhelmed him. But Takagami emerged from the rubble with a defiant smile on his face, was making it clear that the battle was far from over.
You're barely scratching the surface, Gohan. Your power is awesome, but you can't beat the darkness that is hanging over you. Your determination's commendable, but the real battle is beyond what you can imagine. My shadows are deeper, and my power is vaster than you think. Get ready to face the true essence of the dark power.
Gohan's energy was fluctuating, a clear sign that his transformation was reaching its limit. The Z Warriors watched with anxiety and determination as the battle reached a critical point. Victory seemed elusive, but their fighting spirit remained unwavering in the darkness that threatened to devour them all.
No! I can't give up! This power! It's to protect everyone! To my family! To the Earth!
Each word came out between agitated breaths, but charged with an unwavering determination, revealing the deep sense of responsibility and love that drove their struggle. His voice, though weakened by the effort, resounded with a firmness that defined the adversities he faced.
Oh, what a pathetic nobility! Do you think you can fight my darkness with simple desires for protection? Your strength is impressive, but your naivety condemns you. Don't you understand that in this world, nobility and desires for protection are as fragile as glass in front of the tide? No matter how much power you possess, the darkness will always find a crack through which to infiltrate and corrupt everything you value. It's only a matter of time before you realize the futility of your efforts, Gohan.
Gohan, his aura flickering, braced himself for another assault, feeling every fiber of his being burning with determination. However, the accumulated fatigue and the marked wounds on his skin were beginning to take their toll, weighing like chains on his struggle. Every move was a battle against exhaustion and pain, a test of endurance that tested his courage and perseverance. The vision of Takagami, his implacable enemy, distorted slightly before his fatigued eyes, reflecting not only the tumult of the physical battle, but also the dark and twisted connection Takagami maintained with the source of power that fed him. This connection, like a cursed bond, gave Takagami a ruthless strength, but also dragged him into the maelstrom of corruption and out of control. During the fray, Gohan found himself facing not only a formidable opponent, but also the shadow of an evil influence that threatened to consume everything. Every blow thrown and blocked resonated with the intensity of an epic battle between light and darkness, between the determination of a hero and the seduction of a dark and forbidden power. Despite the adversities and uncertainty that surrounded him, Gohan clung to hope like the beacon in a storm, remembering the bonds of friendship and love that drove him to move forward. Every beat of his heart resonated with the will to protect what he valued most in the world, facing the challenge with courage and sacrifice. knowing that true strength lay in his indomitable spirit and in his determination to never give up in the face of the darkness that threatened his world and soul.
Gohan, don't wear yourself out too much. Stay focused and in control. Remember, that true strength lies not only in raw power, but in the ability to stay calm and think strategically amid chaos. Do not underestimate your opponent, and do not get carried away by blind rage. That determination must be backed by intelligence and control. Make every hit count, and don't get distracted from your goal.
His words, full of advice and warnings, sought to remind Gohan of the importance of the mind in battle, in addition to physical strength.
The Super Saiyan Phase 3 form consumes a lot of energy. Gohan needs to find a balance between his power and his stamina. He must learn to control the flow of his ki to maintain his strength without exhausting himself quickly. The key is efficiency. Every movement must be precisely calculated and executed to maximize the impact without wasting energy. It's a challenge to master this state, but if Gohan manages to find that harmony, his potential will be truly formidable.
His words, full of experience and knowledge, sought to guide Gohan towards a better understanding of how to use his power without compromising his endurance in battle. As Gohan and Takagami continued their confrontation, Goku's eyes, a symbol of hope for everyone, shone with determination during the intense strife. His strategic mind was working at full speed, analyzing every move of his son and enemies to find the perfect crack in Takagami's defense. Every glimmer in his gaze reflects years of training, epic battles, and an unwavering desire to protect those he loved. In the distance, Vegeta stood in a fighting position, his Saiyan pride burning like an unstoppable flame. His defiant aura and combat experience combined into a formidable force, ready to unleash his power at the precise moment. Piccolo, with his calculated serenity, was watching the battle with sharp eyes, ready to strategically intervene and balance the scales in favor of his comrades. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, the young warriors, were in the middle of the recovery process after the intense confrontation against Takagami. Despite their damage received, his determination did not waver. Both focused on channeling their ki with precision, taking advantage of every breath to restore their energies and strengthen their bodies. Goten, with his indomitable spirit and his face marked with determination, closed his eyes with concentration as he felt the flow of vital energy revitalize his fatigued muscles. "We have to be ready to return to the battle at any moment," he thought to himself, remembering the responsibility he shared with his friend Trunks to protect his family and his home. On the other hand, Trunks, with his mind focused and his ki shining with renewed intensity, was striving to reach an optimal state of recovery. "We can't afford to let our guard down," he reflected, aware of the challenges they still faced and the need to be prepared to face any adversity that stood in their way. Both young warriors knew that the battle was not over yet. With determination in their hearts and their ki channeling with precision, they were preparing for the next chapter in their fight for the protection of their world. "Gohan's giving his best. His strength and determination are impressive, but we need to find an opening to channel more energy towards him and empower his power to the fullest. We must all join forces and find a way to support him in this crucial battle. Our connection as a family and as a team is our greatest strength. Let's make every hit and every effort count to protect our home and those we love." His words, full of determination and hope, reflected his confidence in the team's ability to overcome any challenge when working together.
Your resistance is admirable, but useless. My power is absolute. No matter how much they fight, they won't be able to stop me. My strength is unshakable, and my determination relentless. There is no escape from my dominion. It's time for you to give up and accept your fate under my control.
Every word was loaded with arrogance and certainty as Takagami continued to unleash his dark power with ruthless ferocity. Gohan, with a superhuman effort, managed to deflect Takagami's attacks and counterattacked with a burst of brilliant energy. The collision of powers created a shockwave that shook the nearby atmosphere. "I will not allow you to destroy what I love! My bonds and my strength are greater than any darkness you could throw! I'm ready to face any challenge and overcome any obstacle to ensure a secure future for everyone! There will be no place for destruction in my world!"
Your emotions make you weak, Gohan. The real strength lies in the darkness. Your love and your bonds are chains that prevent you from reaching your true potential. Don't you see that the darkness offers unlimited and unrestricted power? Abandon your illusions of grandeur, young Saiyan. Face the truth that only darkness can bring you true strength and absolute dominion over the world.
Every word was imbued with an icy arrogance and a fanatical belief in the corrupting power of darkness. Takagami sought to sow doubts and weakness in Gohan's mind, challenging his conception of strength and courage. The struggle became more intense with each pressing moment. Gohan, despite showing obvious exhaustion with every short breath, remained firm and undetermined, refusing to back down from the challenge Takagami posed. His eyes reflected an unwavering determination as he faced the malevolent machinations of his enemy. However, Takagami's evil cunning was revealed in all its magnitude when he began to manipulate the environment around him with dark mastery. The dark creatures had summoned with his sinister magic were already at the edge of the surface, ready to emerge and join the battle with uncontrollable ferocity. The air was charged with an ominous presence as the shadows of those creatures danced unexpectedly, eager to join the conflict and show their destructive power. Faced with the imminent threat, the Z warriors did not hesitate to prepare to face these creatures that represented an unknown but tangible danger. Vegito, with his characteristic defiant tone, exclaimed as he adjusted his combat posture, "I'll not allow those abominations to ruin our path to victory. It's time to show them the true power of a Saiyan." Piccolo, the group's calm strategist, quickly assessed the situation and proposed a plan of action.
We're facing a cunning enemy who uses manipulation as a weapon. We must act with coordination and precision. Gohan, you now take care of containing the creatures. Vegeta, Goku, keep the pressure on Takagami and don't let him breathe easy.
Goku, with a determined smile on his face, nodded energetically. "We have it, Piccolo. I'm confident that together we can overcome any challenge that comes our way. We're going to give our best." Goten and Trunks, the young warriors, who were always looking to prove their bravery, exchanged a look of complacency before joining the plan. "Yes, let's show these monsters what it means to be a real team!" Determination shone in the eyes of each Z warrior as they prepared for the upcoming showdown, their hearts resonating with the memory of Ten Shinhan and Chaos's courageous sacrifice. Those moments of heroism and camaraderie resonated like an echo in their souls, reminding them of the price they sometimes had to pay to protect the world they loved. Goku, with a silent bow to his fallen friends, took a moment to remember his valuable lessons of courage and determination. "Our friend showed us that even in the darkest moments, we can find the strength to face any challenge. His sacrifice will not be in vain as long as we keep fighting and keep the flame of hope alive in our hearts. Every blow we take, every obstacle we face is proof of our determination and our commitment to a better future. We'll not let his sacrifice be forgotten. Let's keep fighting with all our heart and spirit." Vegeta, with an intense gaze fixed on the horizon, added solemnly,
Every battle teaches us something new. We must honor his memory by overcoming our limits, protecting this world, not only for ourselves, but for those who are no longer there.
Piccolo, the serene strategist, reflected on the importance of learning from each experience.
Every battle, every loss, strengthens us and teaches us to be better warriors. Let's move forward with determination and wisdom.
Goten and Trunks, the young warriors, full of energy and competitive spirit, exchanged a look of respect towards the heroes of the past. "We're going to make their bravery and sacrifice worthwhile! We'll fight with everything we have!" The memory of Ten Shinhan and Chaos became a flame that fanned the determination and fighting spirit of the Z warriors. With their hearts united in a common purpose, they prepared to face the next challenge with the strength of those who came before them, ready to write the next chapter in the history of defending the Earth against the forces of evil. The battle reached unprecedented levels of intensity, with every move unleashing a wave of energy that shook the battlefield. Gohan, with his indomitable spirit, led the charge against the emerging shadows, channeling his ki into powerful explosions that dispelled the creatures one after another. Every flash of light harbored the determination to protect their loved ones and their home from the darkness that threatened to consume them. "Mr. Piccolo, behind you! Watch your back! The enemy's trying to surprise us with sneak attacks! We can't afford to let our guard down for 1 second in this battle! Our togetherness is our greatest strength, and together, we'll overcome any challenge that comes our way! I trust in your strategic wisdom, Mr. Piccolo, but I'm also here to support you in every move! Let's move forward with determination and protect what we value with all our might! Piccolo responded quickly, deflecting the attack with an energy shield.
Thank you, Gohan. Your quick alertness and attention to detail are crucial in this battle. Our coordination and communication are what will keep us one step ahead in the face of our enemies. Let's keep working together. Every move counts in this matchup.
By his side, Piccolo displayed his tactical ingenuity with mastery, drawing lines of defense and counterattack with pinpoint accuracy. His strategies were like chess moves on the battlefield, anticipating the enemy's moves and coordinating attacks to maximize the impact. Between them, an almost perfect synchronicity is woven, where Gohan's brute force found balance at Piccolo's strategic cunning. Vegeta, get ready for our combined attack! We can't hold any back anymore! It's time to deploy all our power and show them what we're capable of! Together, we're unstoppable, Vegeta! Let's prove once again why we're the most powerful Z warriors in the universe! Let's go!
You don't need to tell me, Kakaroto. I'm always ready for the combat. Our combined power will overcome any obstacle that stands in our way. Get ready to witness the true strength of the Saiyan race. Let's go!
Every clash of powers, every rumble of explosions resounded like a chant of resistance, bravery during chaos. The bonds of camaraderie and trust between the Z warriors were strengthened by adversity, reminding them that together they were more than the sum of their individual abilities. In this ballet of strength and strategy, where each movement had the weight of survival and the hope of a future in which light would prevail over shadows. Vegeta and Goku, in their eternal friendly rivalry forged in countless battles, coordinated their attacks with an almost telepathic synchronization. Like two warriors who share a unique and deep bond, their fiery determination was reflected in every move, every punch, and every burst of energy they threw at their formidable opponent, Takagami.
Goku, it's time to unite our powers to take down this guy once and for all. We'll not allow it to continue sowing chaos and destruction. Our combined strength will be their undoing. Take this, Takagami! This is the end that awaits you for challenging the Z Warriors.
I'm with you, Vegeta! There's no turning back now! Together, we'll put an end to this threat once and for all! Let's get him! The latter, a formidable adversary in his own right, was forced to quickly divert his attention between dodging the quick and precise strikes of the Saiyans and dealing with the strategic cunning of Gohan and the tactical prowess of Piccolo.
Don't underestimate my powers, Saiyans. My abilities go beyond what you can imagine. Your determination's admirable, but it won't be enough to stop me. Get ready to know the true darkness that resides in this universe.
The frantic dance of attacks and defenses between the protagonists became a ballet of opposing forces, where speed and power merged into an unparalleled combat choreography. Each shock of energy unleashed explosions of ki that lit up the sky like shooting stars on a stormy night, painting the firmament with flashes of power and determination. The battlefield was transformed into an epic scenario where the fates of the combatants were intertwined in a cosmic drama of legendary proportions.
Gohan, now's your time to shine. Use this opportunity to show your true power and determination. We're all counting on you to turn the tide of this battle. Don't hold back. Give your best and make every hit count. The fate of everyone depends on your courage and strength in this crucial moment.
Come on, Dad! Mr. Piccolo! We won't stop until we beat you! Our determination's stronger than ever, and together, we're unstoppable! This is our moment to show that together, we can overcome any obstacle! Let's trust in our bonds, and fight with everything we have! Meanwhile, Gohan's relentless determination and Piccolo's tactical wisdom added layers of complexity to the conflict, consistently challenging Takagami's strategies and moves. The intensity of the confrontation reached its peak, and with each hero and villain deploying their maximum potential in search of victory. Amid the chaos of battle, friendship and honor and inner strength shone as beacons of hope in a universe fraught with unfathomable challenges and dangers. Goten and Trunks, following the meticulous plan laid out by Piccolo to the latter, demonstrated a perfect synchronization that bordered on the supernatural. As young Saiyan warriors, their connection was more than a simple strategic alliance. It was the manifestation of a deep and lasting friendship, forged in countless shared trainings and battles. Every movement, every gesture, flowed between them in an innate harmony that only the strongest bonds could sustain.
Goten, your task is to maintain the defensive perimeter. Don't let anything surprise us from behind. Trunks, look for any opportunity to counterattack. We need to take advantage of every gap in their defense to turn the tide in this battle.
Understood, Mr. Piccolo. I'll be attentive and make sure that nothing takes us by surprise.
Following Piccolo's instructions, Goten unleashed bursts of energy with the dexterity and speed typical of the Saiyan lineage.
Come on, Trunks, let's keep the pressure on. Let's not give up and take every opportunity to move forward.
His attacks were precise and forceful, outlining a defensive perimeter around the group with an intensity that left his opponents breathless. Meanwhile, Trunks, a skilled wielder of the energy sword, executed precise and elegant cuts that perfectly complemented Goten's strategic defense.
Don't let any of them through, Goten. Keep our fronts safe while we look for weaknesses in their formation. Let's keep pushing.
Each movement drew lines of glowing energy in the air, creating a dynamic and effective wall of protection that neutralized any threat that dared to get too close to their companions. The combination of Goten and Trunks' skills not only demonstrated their individual mastery, but also their ability to work in a team in a fluid and coordinated way. Their actions were not only the result of practice and training, but also of a deep mutual understanding that allowed them to anticipate each other's movements with pinpoint accuracy. On the battlefield, the symbiosis was their greatest strength, making them an unstoppable force that courageously and determinedly defended those considered their family and home. The battle that was being fought was a whirlwind of energy and strategy, where every move had a deep meaning, and every decision impacted on the future of the contest. Goten and Trunks, the young Saiyan warriors, showed amazing coordination as they threw themselves into combat with a mixture of bravery and dexterity. His movements were like a martial dance, fluid and precise, designed to unbalance the dark creatures summoned by Takagami.
Trunks, to your right! Understood.
The voices of the young people echoed among the booms of explosions and the clash of powers. Each exchange of blows was a symphony of ki, a manifestation of the determination not to give ground in the face of the darkness that threatened to engulf them. Meanwhile, Gohan, with his indomitable spirit, deployed his ki in explosions of controlled energy, creating glowing spheres that exploded with force on impact against the shadows that rushed over them.
We can't give up! Our world depends on this! Every strike, every strategy, everything counts in this crucial battle! Let's keep fighting until the end!
His voice resonated with conviction, injecting courage into his companions. Piccolo, the calm but ruthless strategist, extended his arms with authority, generating defensive barriers that protected the group from surprise attacks. His eyes observed the battlefield with a calculated calm, evaluating every movement of the enemy to find the precise moment to counterattack.
Keep the pressure constant. We cannot allow them to make up ground. Every breakthrough we make is crucial to maintaining our advantage. Keep attacking relentlessly.
The sound of energy crashes and explosions was deafening, but during the chaos, the group's determination and unity shone like beacons of hope in the darkest night. Each of the Z warriors knew that they were not only fighting for their lives, but for the future of their home and the generations to come. Every attack, every block was another step towards victory or defeat, and they were not willing to give in to adversity. Amid the furious fray, every strategic move and every technique deployed by the Z warriors reflected years of training and experience, as well as a bond of trust and camaraderie that strengthened them in the most difficult moments. The coordination between them was a show of synchronization and dexterity, a chaotic but harmonious dance of attacks and defenses that kept at bay the dark forces that tried to dominate them. However, it was at a crucial moment, when hope seemed to be faltering in the face of Takagami's relentless persistence, that Goku and Vegeta, the legendary Saiyans whose power transcended known limits, demonstrated once again why they were revered as the most powerful warriors in the universe. With millimetric synchronization that only they could achieve after years of training and epic battles, they unleashed a devastating combined attack that shattered Takagami's defenses, leaving them exposed and vulnerable in the face of the final counterattack of the brave defenders of the Earth. The impact of their combined energy resounded on the battlefield like divine thunder, shaking reality itself with its overwhelming power. The energy blasts and shockwaves spread out like a gale, sweeping away any obstacles in their way and marking a decisive turn in the confrontation. The hearts of the Z Warriors swelled with renewed hope as they witnessed the result of the bravery and determination embodied in Goku and Vegeta, who were not only allies but also rivals who raised each other to new heights of power and dexterity. This epic moment not only symbolized the brute strength of the legendary Saiyans, but also the depth of their connection as battle companions and friends. Her self-sacrifice and dedication to protecting her home and loved ones shone with an intensity that defied the shadows of despair. With Takagami vulnerable before them, Earth's heroes prepared for the final assault, determined to put an end to the dark threat looming over their world and restore the lost peace. As this crucial opportunity approached, Gohan and Piccolo, two warriors whose togetherness goes beyond simple camaraderie, combined their powers with synchronization and understanding that only the closest battle partners could achieve. With relentless determination and a strategic focus sharp as the edge of a sword, they faced the creatures summoned by Takagami, with a bravery that inspired everyone present on the battlefield.
Mr. Piccolo, keep the rear guard. I'm going to the front. It is crucial to maintain our formation and protect our backs as we move forward towards the main battle. I trust you to keep us safe from behind.
Understood, Gohan. Don't let your guard down. Our coordination is key for being victorious. Stay alert and move forward with determination. Together we'll overcome this challenge.
Gohan's energy, bright and powerful as the sun as it peaks, was intertwined with Piccolo's tactical cunning and dexterity, creating a symphony of power and skill that defied expectations. Each coordinated movement between them was a masterful combined dance, where offensive and defense intertwined in a lethal harmony. The creatures summoned by Takagami, who once posed a formidable threat, now found themselves at a disadvantage in the face of the unbreakable union of these two exceptional warriors. The battlefield lit up with flashes of brilliant energy as Gohan and Piccolo unleashed their full potential, overcoming every obstacle with steely determination and calculated strategies. The trust between them was palpable, a connection that transcended words and manifested itself in every punch and every block. With each enemy defeated, their path to Takagami cleared, bringing them closer and closer to the final victory they sought to protect their world and their loved ones.
Gohan, you need to buy time. I will prepare my best attack to defeat these creatures. I trust you can keep them busy while I get ready. Together, we can change the course of this battle.
Mr. Piccolo, I'll do my best to buy time. My goal is to keep these creatures at bay as long as possible so I can prepare their attack. Trust me, I won't let you down.
The moment of truth was approaching, and Gohan was advancing with a firm step, while Piccolo prepared his best attack to defeat these creatures summoned by Bahamut's disciple and put an end to the darkness that had threatened his home. His fiery determination was a beacon of hope for those who witnessed his courageous struggle, reminding them that strength lies in the unity and indomitable spirit of those who fight for justice and peace. The critical moment came when every move decided the fate of the battle. Gohan, in a last effort, took his final form. With his bright and determined aura, advanced to the front of the battle line, facing the dark creatures with a mixture of bravery and strategy, as he blocked the onslaughts of the shadows with his dazzling ki. The creatures, summoned by Takagami, were not easy rivals to beat, but Gohan in his ultimate form took a lot of confidence and began to face the creatures they are facing. Gohan knew that keeping the creatures at bay was crucial to allowing Piccolo to unleash his full power, while Gohan struggled to contain the shadows with his fast movements and powerful attacks. Piccolo concentrated his energy preparing for the most powerful technique. The tension on the battlefield was palpable, but there was no room for doubt. Confidence in their abilities and in their partner was the key to facing the darkness that threatened to consume them.
Gohan, keep it up. You're demonstrating exceptional courage and impressive mastery on the battlefield. Every movement of yours is a barrier that prevents the advancement of these creatures. It's crucial that you hold this firmness for a few more moments while I finalize the preparations for my final ultimate technique. I have full confidence in your abilities and determination. Remember that our teamwork is the key to overcoming any challenge. Keep the pressure on and don't let your guard down. Together we can turn the tide of this battle and protect our loved ones.
Understood, Mr. Piccolo. I'll not allow them to advance a single step further. You can trust me. I'm fully prepared to take on this responsibility and keep these creatures at bay. Together, we can overcome this and protect our loved ones. My determination's unwavering, and I'll not back down in the face of this challenge, because I know that every stroke I stop here is a step towards victory. Our teamwork and mutual trust will give us the strength to prevail in this battle. Let's show them what we're capable of and write our own destiny in this struggle.
The scene unfolds with increasing intensity as Gohan definitively plunges into the maelstrom of combat. His determination is reflected in every gesture, in every tense muscle, and in every flash of energy that emanates from his being. The creatures summoned by Takagami's nightmarish creatures with twisted shapes and burning eyes fiercely advance towards Gohan, seeking to overwhelm him with their numbers and their uncontrolled fury. Gohan, however, is not daunted. His ki shines around him like an aura of power, marking every movement with a clear purpose. When the first creature lunges with sharp claws, Gohan responds with a precise block, channeling his energy to stop the attack with a glowing barrier. The resulting impact makes the ground tremble under his feet, but Gohan remains steadfast, his eyes fixed on his opponent. Each subsequent blow is an exhibition of martial skill and ki control. Gohan moves with grace and speed, dodging the onslaughts of creatures with fluid movements, and countering with calculated blows. His fists and legs turn into bursts of energy, hitting the enemies with force and precision. Each impact causes bursts of energy that light up the battlefield, drawing bright arcs in the air and kicking up swirls of dust around them. The creatures do not retreat easily. Their resistance is stubborn, and their thirst for destruction is insatiable. Gohan is forced to deploy more advanced techniques, combining his speed and strength with concentrated energy attacks. Ki waves cut through the air as Gohan releases bursts of controlled energy, seeking to weaken his opponents and open gaps in their defenses. Every block, every dodge, is a dance of anticipation and reaction. Gohan relies on his training and his intellect, reading the movements of the creatures, responding with precise movements. Your connection to your spiritual energy is evident in every movement, every pulse of energy emanating from your being. Meanwhile, Piccolo completes the charge of his definitive technique, his absolute concentration palpable in the air. The sound of his pent-up energy resonates on the battlefield, adding a layer of palpable tension to the charged atmosphere of battle. Gohan feels Piccolo's accumulated power as a beacon of hope and a call to redouble his efforts.
This is our chance, Gohan. Keep the pressure on them, and don't give them any respite. Every move of yours is crucial right now, as we are close to changing the course of this battle. I trust in your ability to keep them at bay, while we prepare our counterattack. Keep your determination, and keep going. Together, we can make it happen.
Gohan nods with determination as he prepares for the next attack. The combat dance between Gohan and the creatures reach its climax when Gohan, with a graceful twist, unleashes a series of energy blasts that cut through the enemy ranks. The creatures recoil momentarily, their twisted forms showing signs of weakness for the first time.
Goten! Trunks! I need you to be alert! Mr. Piccolo is preparing a powerful attack! Move quickly and maintain your defenses! Our coordination is crucial at this critical moment of the battle. We can't afford to make mistakes now. I'm confident in your ability to respond quickly and effectively. Stay focused and keep fighting with determination. Come on, we can still turn the tide of this battle in our favor.
The moment came when Gohan, with a precise movement, opened a breach in the creature's defenses, allowing Piccolo to unleash his devastating attack. With a resounding scream, Piccolo releases his ultimate technique, a beam of concentrated energy that cuts through the sky like a fiery comet.
Makankasapo!
The pure energy swirls frantically around the lightning, forming a spiral of controlled energy that seems to dance in the air with calculated ferocity. The extreme concentration of energy causes a burst that radiates a dazzling radiance, as if the sun itself were transcending on the battlefield. The energy beam, with its incomparable power, transverses the enemy ranks with pinpoint accuracy, neutralizing the creatures with an amazing efficiency that takes the breath away of those who witness its devastating impact. The initial explosion is only the prelude to the destruction that is unleashed. The torrent of concentrated energy envelops the creatures in a lethal embrace, eroding their forms with an overwhelming intensity. Each wave of energy emanating from the ray is like a chisel, carving out space itself, gradually disintegrating the creatures that meet its path with an inexorable inevitability. The show is both majestic and terrifying, with the energy displayed manifesting in vibrant colors that collide and intertwine in a chaotic dance. The controlled destruction leaves in its wake a trail of disintegration that seems to defy the very laws of physics, demonstrating the supreme power that resides in the hands of those who master the arts of combat and energy control. The battlefield gradually quieted down, the dark threat dissipating with each defeated creature. Gohan and Piccolo, breathing heavily, but with a satisfied smile, met in the center of the battlefield, knowing that their teamwork and determination had tipped the scales toward victory. Now, with the road to Takamagami clear, they were preparing for the final assault, confident that their union would return their greatest strength. The battlefield gradually quieted down, the echo of controlled destruction echoing through the air as the enemy creatures vanquished before the combined might of Gohan and Piccolo. The glow of the dissipated energy hinted at the near victory, marked by the determination and teamwork of the brave warriors Z, Gohan, and Piccolo. Breathing heavily but with a smile of satisfaction on their faces, met in the center of the battlefield, exchanging looks of complicity that spoke of a bond forged in battle and camaraderie. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Goku and Vegeta were facing Takagami in an epic duel that defied the limits of known power. With their faces marked with determination and their eyes shining with a fierce intensity, the two legendary Saiyans demonstrated once again why they were considered the most powerful warriors in the universe. His movements were like a whirlwind of quick attacks and precise defenses, each strike resounding like thunder in the energy-charged air. "Vegeta, keep the pressure on! Let's finish this together!"
Of course, Kakarot. I'm not gonna let this guy beat us.
The intensity of their confrontation filled the battlefield, making the ground shake with every energy shock. Takagami, although powerful, was in a challenging position in the face of the unstoppable combination of Goku and Vegeta.
I'll not underestimate your power, Saiyans. I recognize their bravery, but their determination will not be enough to stop me. My strength is unshakable. My power is unstoppable. Get ready to face the real darkness.